Welcome, everybody, to episode number 59 of the Dragon's Den podcast. We are live on the air on YouTube, on Rumble, on Facebook. Not X right now. I forgot to tell Miranda to do that on X, but maybe we'll get that going here for you for a little bit there. We'll have to wait and see. But if not, no biggie. We'll maybe just skip X. We don't know. We'll see what she can do here. Yeah, so been off for a couple weeks.
I was trying to make my computer work.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I just happened to realize, like, oh wait, we didn't do that. So anyway, we're trying to get back in the flow of things. Been off for a couple weeks. Might be off next week from the sounds of things, but the week after that, I'll have to let you know. It might be a couple weeks before we come back, but we're going to get back in the flow of this more weekly. I think probably once September hits. It's just with everything in the summer, everybody likes to do stuff with family and all that sort of good stuff. Especially myself for sure. It's not as easy now that we're doing it on Saturday too, which but that's okay. We gotta deal with what we can with the work situation. So, but we're happy to be here tonight. I'm joined tonight by I don't know about them Colts up there in the top right, Mr. Good Son Brandon, and we got Miranda Nicole on the bottom. My name's Eric Hopkins, aka Jill. We might be joined by Matt and Aaron. We don't know. Matt said he might show up later, but last time he said that he didn't show up at all. So, with that being said, how's everybody doing tonight? Good to have you. We're gonna have a good show tonight. Got a lot of stuff to talk about. So, what's up?
Not bad, man.
Yeah,
but as the name applies, I don't know about them Colts, but that's a different type.
It's been a week from hell, but I got through it.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Yeah, we're going to talk about the Colts here just a little bit, and the NFL and the preseason stuff that's going on currently as we speak too. Maybe a little bit tomorrow as well. It's been going on for the last couple of days. So yeah, it's good. Regardless whether it's preseason football or not, I ain't gonna lie to you. It's just happy to see football back. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for our fantasy football league. All ready for that. Ready to rock and roll. We got all the keepers turned in. I got to get you guys the top 100 on the draft, and we'll get that going probably in a few weeks as well. But tonight we got a lot of stuff to talk about from the world of wrestling. Got a little bit of movie news as well, some preseason stuff from the NFL, like I said, as well as some news and politics, as we always have to round out the show.
Speaking of fantasy, John the other night from Badlands was talking about Badlands getting a fantasy football league together.
Yeah.
Right.
I think they should. So
oh yeah. They think they'll
open it to like
all their podcasts and stuff. Yeah. Oh, like a community thing?
Yeah.
Wow, that'd be pretty sweet. Like competing against like all their listeners? I mean, that'd be more kind of like a leaderboard probably type situation. I don't know if I've ever done it that way.
Fun to do though.
Yeah, it would. I mean, it'd be kind of cool to compete with them for sure. I imagine it's probably not for money.
No,
or anything,
I think it would be the Badlands Fantasy League with just the host.
Or just the host and shit. Okay.
Maybe later on, everybody break off and do their own.
Just the host and stuff, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, but
I mean, it'd be but it'd still be entertaining to fucking do something like that. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah.
I mean, that'd be kind of fun to get involved with something like that with like a larger audience or whatever, just to see how it goes. And plus, like the trash talking that we do, you know what I mean? Like, imagine that on a larger scale. Like that would actually kind of be fun.
Oh, no doubt about it. It'd be cool if we ever get like a large enough following on here. If we like maybe do something like that.
Hey, I just want to say this. Pittsburgh's winning 31-22 right now. I don't care if it is preseason.
Yeah.
Because you guys would have been happy if the Colts won.
Well, but here's the thing. I don't know about that because here's the thing. We'll talk about football later, but at the same time, the year the Colts won the Super Bowl, we were 0-4 in the preseason. So
yeah, we're a long time removed from that. Okay.
I know, but they're for a long time.
Pittsburgh would normally do better in the preseason.
True too.
With veteran quarterbacks. Let Will Howard get in there and get his confidence up.
Did they not play Will Howard tonight? I'm kind of surprised by that, actually.
Just saying.
Wow.
I don't know. I actually don't know. I know
I'm
Mason
saying
Rudolph
if he can get a win. No, I'm saying if he can get a win tonight, it's still going to boost his confidence.
Yeah.
You know, if Aaron Rodgers won a damn preseason game and then lost all year, he'd be really mad.
That's the thing, and I know Aaron Rodgers didn't go to play all preseason. Let's be honest. I'd be surprised if he touched the field at all in the preseason. But yeah, a guy like Will Howard, do you think they could have him try to get a little reps in there, just to kind of start the year out and get his feet wet, much like they did Shadur Sanders and with Cleveland.
Yeah.
We'll talk
about that was some boy, oh boy.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But yeah, we're gonna hold that to the football section for the most part. We're gonna dive deep into some of that stuff. At least the little highlights is that we've seen. We're not going to get into like every score because it's preseason, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're definitely going to get into that. So yeah, you want to just jump into topics or
Yep,
what do you want to do? Let's get
let's
rocking
get
and rolling. Like I said, we got a couple weeks worth of stuff, so let's do that. Let's hit the wrestling stuff first. Let's do that. Here we go. All right, WWE in particular this week. Well, actually, yeah, I guess it was last week, wasn't it? Coming off one of their biggest pay-per-views of the year, and that is, of course, WWE SummerSlam. But before we get into the SummerSlam fallout, I wanted to kind of show off this little picture I saw, which I thought was really interesting. Immediately after Hulk Hogan's funeral, in the skies over Clearwater, Florida, where the funeral was held, this image was taken, which really looked very similar to one of Hulk Hogan's iconic poses. Yeah, this was shared by people who went to the funeral, as a matter of fact. So, I mean, take it for what you will. It is the internet, but I just have a hard time believing they would post this, being they actually went to his funeral. But and maybe people just kind of see what they want to see. It's kind of like one of those Rorschach tests or something like that. But I kind of like to see these sort of things because it kind of gives me hope a little bit of faith.
That's crazy work. I like that.
That's just me. I thought I'd show that out there. So yeah, this makes you kind of really stop and wonder. You know what I mean? So we miss you, Hulk. Rest in heavenly peace, my brother. Absolutely. But WWE also had some big news this week. We're going to talk a little bit about this. Oh yeah.
Rick that posted that.
I just saw a very short clip of a video that somebody, I think it was Ric Flair, that was at the funeral, and he said there was just tons of people there paying their respects to Hulk. So
that's cool.
And interestingly enough, the one person
funeral he'd ever seen,
right. And I know one person who did not go was Brooke Hogan, his daughter, but she did put out a very heartfelt message on, I believe, her Instagram too, and explaining why she wasn't there, and it did make some sense. So everybody, you probably shouldn't be criticizing her. I mean, even his ex-wife went there. I mean, everybody he knew and loved through the wrestling business too. So let that be between his family and them. You know what I mean? So just kind of stay out of that. But as I said here, WWE had a big news item that broke this week, as well as the NFL did as well when it comes to ESPN. We'll talk about that when we get to the NFL segment. But WWE Premium Live Events, or their pay-per-views, I still don't get used to calling them the PLEs. But they are headed to ESPN platforms in the United States beginning in 2026. So yeah, this kind of got some people a little bit upset online because in order to view them on ESPN, of their new digital streaming service, you're going to have to shell out $30 for the ESPN service. But I don't know if you're really absolutely going to have to do that, though, because there was some fine print in some of this, which had a lot of people kind of questioning. This one here made it sound like if you actually have a pay TV provider like Comcast, DirecTV, or Hulu Plus, Live TV, or YouTube TV like I do, and you pay for ESPN access, you will potentially get the WWE PLEs for free with your ESPN coverage, as it were. But there were other reports online as well, simply stating no, paying for cable does not automatically grant you free access to ESPN's direct-to-consumer streaming service. So, but this could be because they're talking about just cable in general, maybe not ESPN, because on some things like YouTube TV, you got to pay a little bit more to get that sports package. So if you're paying for that, you still may be able to get these PLEs or pay-per-views for free with whatever you're paying to see ESPN on. But we'll just have to wait and see on that. But if that's not the case, now WWE, you got to pay upwards around $17 for Netflix for Raw, something to watch SmackDown on, and now a PLE service potentially for $30. It's going to cost you about $40-$50, or maybe even more, depending on what you use, just to watch all of WWE's programming, which is ticking a lot of people off online. And I kind of understand why. I do. NFL is going to have the same sort of issues as well when we get to that stuff. So what are your thoughts on that? Obviously, the consumer's obviously paying through the nose for a lot of things already as it is. And now
but if you're already bundling a lot of these things, and there's no belly aching there. Like, and a lot of people that complain about it are the ones that like either using somebody else's service and then that person isn't paying for that shit because they don't watch that shit. So now you're mad. Like, if you have all, like, me and Miranda were just talking about this earlier today, like not too long ago, figuring out what we want to pay for to get the most for our money. You know what I mean? Right. So there's a lot of different packages you could go with to get what you want. If you watching football and you watch wrestling, you're already paying for the ESPN shit in order to watch football. So there's no skin off your back there. Like it's just something that added to it.
It's
And
all
like
one in the same app. Yeah.
I think the WWE network spoiled us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
$9.99.
Yeah, I think it
Yeah.
spoiled the shit out of every wrestling fan because you had it all and it was only $10.
Mm-hmm.
But again, that's another app. That's another $10 added onto what you were already paying with Hulu or what you're already paying with Netflix or what you're already paying with, Peacock and all that other shit. So it's just like, if there was a way to just put everything in one app or one service that you already pay for, that would be fucking phenomenal. You know what I mean? Just one bulk payment that gets dealt out. Like, that'd be lovely. But that's not the world we live in. Everybody wants to make money. So.
Oh yeah, and WWE, especially now with TKO, they're looking to make
TKO
profit.
money. This is, I get what everybody's saying. You're mad at, but you're mad at the wrong fucking people. Triple H didn't sign this paper. TKO signed this fucking paper. This is
Right. Yeah, I'm not blaming it.
Like, it's like they want to make money, and it's not like TKO already wasn't working with ESPN anyway for UFC shit. So this was a natural fucking progression that was going to happen. It just sucks. I mean, does it suck? Yeah, because that's more money if you're not already subscribed to those things. Mm-hmm. But if you already are subscribed to those things, then you got it.
Yeah, good for you. Well, I don't know if the ESPN, they make it sound, I don't think the ESPN direct-to-consumer platform has launched yet. I think it launches on August 21st, so it'll be a new thing. So nobody has it just yet. But some people have ESPN. Some people have ESPN Plus right now, which I think is kind of getting consolidated. It's kind of like this big consolidation I think that ESPN and Disney's doing over there. Mm-hmm. My biggest concern with it, and obviously the NFL Red Zone stuff, which we'll talk about a little bit later, but with this is more of a what was going to happen with the WWE backlog of catalog that they have of all the stuff they have throughout the last 30 plus years. And it sounds like that Peacock will still have the rights till March of 2026. And I think ESPN is going to get the rights to it after that. So I don't know if they're all going to get moved over there. Obviously Raw and its back catalog is currently on Netflix or being put on Netflix. I believe they're getting all the new live stuff and stuff, but I don't know if again, you're kind of missing all this under one umbrella when it comes to like the WWE Network back catalog and stuff with the WCW stuff, the old ECW pay-per-views, things like that. So that's a bit of a bummer. So I'm kind of curious to see where that goes. But at the same time, WWE's YouTube vault and their channel and stuff, they've been putting out a lot of these old shows and stuff already. So you could almost watch it there without subscribing.
Yeah, there's a legit WCW YouTube that runs pay-per-views all the time.
Yeah, it's like a 24-hour live stream. Yeah,
for free. So like, I've woken up some days and like it's randomly playing because of whatever video that led into it. You know what I mean? So like, I've watched a couple WCW pay-per-views from like back in the '90s. I was like, oh shit, I even watched an episode of Thunder, which was weird.
Yeah, that show did not do too well, but hey, you know what? It was still wrestling at the time. We love it, that sort of thing. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we'll have to wait and see how this all shakes. That's kind of what I'm kind of preaching right now with the whole. Well, can we watch the pay-per-views for free with the ESPN on your cable or whatever? Kind of just have to wait and see how it goes. I think it's a little too early to tell on some of these details, so we'll just have to see how it shakes out like that. We got our friend Mike in the chat. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. He said, I'm about to give up on sports or at least watching it if I have to have all sorts of different services to watch what or who I want. Yeah, I understand that. Like as we were saying, it's just kind of something that's why me personally, I don't really subscribe to anything but Amazon, and that's mostly for free shipping and Thursday Night Football, and everything else I can pretty well watch on my YouTube TV because I got Fox, CBS, and NBC, where most and ESPN, where all the football games are for them, or at least the national televised games. And I'm just one of them fans who are fortunate enough my team is local. So I do get to see mine. Unfortunately, I know some people don't have that luxury, like Miranda and her Steelers. But my sister goes through the same thing with the Chiefs. But the Chiefs are always on primetime because they're smoking hot right now with Patrick Mahomes, and they're always winning. So that's part of the reason why she gets to see them. But if they start losing, they'll be in the same boat there. So, yeah.
But that though, in order to see some of that shit, you'd have to pay a little bit more to get more access to stuff. Like you can find things that are under one umbrella. It's just what you're willing to pay for that.
Well, if you're talking about the NFL Sunday ticket, it's interesting because I saw a post a while ago that I don't remember how much it was, like 400 a year or something like that every season.
Mhm.
I don't remember what it was. But in order to watch, they said every single game in the NFL. Now that's assuming you want to watch every team at all times. You would pay upwards of $1,000,
That is
a year, which is
insanity.
that's assuming you get like Paramount Plus, all these certain Peacock to watch the NBA, NBC games, not assuming you already have a cable. So yeah, that's just insane if you're going. But that's for like the uber super fan that most people don't do. Most people kind of do what I do: watch CBS, Fox, NBC, whatever game's on, you'll watch that. For the most part. So yeah, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this goes for WWE. But yeah, I mean, this is good for them, no doubt about it. Well, time will tell if it's good for the consumer. But as I stated, we had SummerSlam last weekend, WWE's second or third biggest pay-per-view of the year, whichever you want to look at it. I kind of view Royal Rumble as the second biggest one of the year. SummerSlam's kind of third for me. But this is the first ever two-night SummerSlam that they had, and a lot of news come out of that. Notwithstanding was CM Punk winning the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. However, just like he screwed Drew McIntyre out of the World Heavyweight Championship at WrestleMania 2 years ago, CM Punk got screwed out of the World Heavyweight Championship this year, where Seth Rollins, who appeared to have a major knee injury from Saturday night's main event in a match against LA Knight, come out on crutches, and it looked like he was just trying to remind Punk, hey, man, when I get healthy, I'm going to come out, I'm going to cash this in, and I'm going to take the World Championship from you when I'm healthy. And that's when Seth Rollins turned around to start to leave, and he drops the crutches, takes off the knee brace, and reveals, it's all a ruse, ladies and gentlemen. Or at the very least, it was not nearly as bad as we all thought it was, as he grabbed the briefcase and sprinted down to the ring, ultimately defeating CM Punk, who just had a brutal match with Gunther. So, yeah, this was easy pickings for Seth freaking Rollins, as he and now what I believe they're calling the Vision now hold all of the cards and the power on Monday Night Raw. As well, I'd like to wish Braun Breaker's speedy recovery. He did limp a bit coming out of his match at SummerSlam, so hopefully all things are good there. He seemed
fine. He seemed fine Monday. Tell you that
exactly. Yeah, and I fully agree with Mike. We're going to talk about Cena and Cody here in a second, but yeah, SummerSlam is greater than WrestleMania, no doubt. But yeah, go ahead, Miranda.
Eric, I sent you something. I sent you something on X that I just asked Brock about if I wanted to watch every NFL game and WWE show, how much would it cost me a year? It's long.
Oh, okay.
You can skim it real quick.
Okay, let me see here.
And then at the bottom, it'll tell you cost you.
Okay, it says you can have YouTube TV and NFL Sunday tickets, Amazon Prime Video for Thursday, Peacock for Sunday night games, Paramount Plus for CBS coverage, ESPN streaming service for Monday Night Football. I guess the NFL draft coverage will be on there, as well as Red Zone, NFL Network, Netflix for 2 Christmas Day games, which is one of the 2 things I don't get but my sister's got Netflix, and usually that's right around Christmas, so we'll probably use her account. But yeah, all that, and for WWE shows, PLEs, Netflix for Raw, CW for NXT, which I believe, that's $0. The CW app is free, so you can get that. But USA Network for SmackDown, which means you got to have some sort of cable service. So yeah, total streaming costs, I believe, for all this, you said it was down at the bottom. The final answer for WWE and NFL coverage, if you wanted all of the games and all the access to WWE, including pay-per-views and behind-the-scenes stuff, estimated cost is $1,906 per the year. So almost $2,000. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen.
Wild.
That is something. So yeah.
I need a jailbroke Amazon Prime stick.
Now. Yeah, no doubt about it. So yeah.
That's wild.
I'm glad I've got ways to get around that a little bit. So I'll just say that. But yeah, a little bit. But like I said, I'm mostly on cable. I got SmackDown, and we'll see how the PLE stuff shakes out. But yeah, thank goodness for AEW. In that regard, because their shows are on cable and you just pay the pay-per-view if you want to watch those. So there you go. But yeah, so that's insane. But that's the world we are living in, as Brandon mentioned. So that is nuts. But yeah.
Everybody wants to make money.
No doubt about it. So yeah, back to CM Punk and Seth Rollins. Thoughts on that?
Real quick. I said this shit a couple weeks ago before this all happened. I said, there's a chance that he didn't get hurt because this isn't the first time he did this with this knee injury, and like he act like he hurt himself. And I said why.
Thoroughly enjoyed this.
Yeah, I gave my reason why. It was easier to then just remove him because Breaker was starting to get so much popularity and all that. But if you take Seth out of it, you let Breaker shine, do his thing, and not only Breaker, Bronson Reed also started to come into his own. You know what? Say what you want about Roman, feel how you want about Roman, but Roman knows how to make people look good, and he has made both Bronson Reed and Braun Breaker look really fucking strong.
He took the spear from Breaker so Jey Uso could get the win on SummerSlam, by the way. Good booking, in my opinion. Yeah, he ate it too.
And sold the shit out of it.
And took 3 tsunamis on Raw, which is probably going to write him out for a while him and Cody go film Street Fighter. Although Cody's working through it, apparently.
Yeah, from the Tribal Thief. Okay.
Yeah, the Tribal Thief who took Roman's shoes, his Jordans, which I never would have saw it coming, but I loved that. It was hilarious.
It's the best shit ever. But when he came out, I just started laughing because I knew he was going to cash in.
Mm-hmm.
So when he came out, I immediately just started laughing my ass off. I was like, no shot. There's no way. And you could hear it in the crowd. Although they were happy for CM Punk, they still popped huge for Seth when he came out.
Oh, yeah.
And then when he turned around, that crowd lost their fucking minds when he ran down to that ring. And Punk, again, feel how you want to feel. His facial expressions sold it even fucking more.
Oh, yeah. He looked exhausted. He had such bags under his eyes from that fight or lack of sleep. I don't know what it was.
They beat the shit. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and in a way, it's kind of karma for Punk, too. Like I said, from costing Drew McIntyre at WrestleMania 40, I believe, and let Damian Priest cash in on him. And now this happens to CM Punk. And I know Miranda enjoyed the hell out of it, and she can't stand CM Punk. And a lot of fans can't. But, you know, and I still feel like eventually one of these days, Punk is going to get his world title run. It may not be very long. Maybe kind of like a Cena situation, but I think Punk's just trying to push further the development of Rollins and further this group and, you know, to build the company and the business a little bit here. That's unselfish on his part, so I give him credit for that. But at the same time, I do feel like he'll get his run eventually. He just may have to fight, and maybe next year at this next coming WrestleMania, maybe he gets that actual second night main event and maybe he wins the world championship. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But yeah, and considering this match with Gunther was supposed to take place at WrestleMania after CM Punk was maybe going to win the Royal Rumble, and never happened based on the WWE Unreal series on Netflix, by the way. So that was definitely a plan. So we'll have to wait and see how all that goes. But yeah, I love this. This was great. And not only that, people online, I know that a lot of people don't like Uncle Dave or Brian Alvarez, Dave Meltzer over there, Wrestling Observer, but you got to give credit to those two guys. Everybody else bought hook, line, and sinker that Seth Rollins was hurt, including guys like Fightful Select and all this sort of stuff were reporting on it. Alvarez and Meltzer were the first ones to say, we don't believe he is as hurt as he says he is at the very least, and this could be a work. And they were right. So you got to give them some credit, at least a little bit. You may not like them, but you got to give them a little credit where credit is due. They were accurate on that one. So
the man was outside in public with his daughter in crutches.
Yeah, they did a great job of selling it.
Like,
yeah, I do want to say Becky Lynch did a good job. But if that little bitch didn't take that knee brace off when he got in the door, instead of making his wife wait on him, she should beat his ass.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain when the cameras were off, it was all fine. But I know Seth talked about how it was so hard because everywhere he went, he had to pull this act out. And there was video of him taking his daughter to go get ice cream. And the greatest thing was the video going around of backstage at this pay-per-view when Seth walked out, Becky going, "Oh, I'm sorry, were some of my posts misleading? I'm sorry." Like, she knew exactly. So it was a great job of kayfabe there with the family there. So I gotta love it. Gotta give them credit where credit's due. They pulled the wool over a lot of people's eyes, even though we did speculate on it. But even I bought it because I watched Saturday Night's main event live when it happened against LA Knight. And I ain't gonna lie, when it happened, I go, "Ooh, that didn't look good." he sold it perfectly. The doctors were over there. They called the match. They went straight to the finish. Great job. And even LA Knight looked angry that they had to cut the match short, but it was all a ruse, man. It was all a plan. And give credit to WWE where credit is due when it comes to selling it. Mike said, I have not and will not watch WWE Unreal. I don't mind knowing a little backstage stuff, but to me, it's too much. And I'm not going to lie to you. There are a lot of people online, and you're not wrong, who believe that the Unreal stuff is kind of exposing the business. But here's the thing. Kayfabe has been dead for years. I did not see anything in that. I didn't watch the whole thing, but everything I saw online about it, everything that went viral and was clipped out and stuff, I already knew. So it wasn't like, most fans are wise to this at this point. Now, granted, maybe it exposes it more to those who aren't wise to it, younger fans maybe. But at some point, it's kind of like, the circus. It's all an act. You know what I mean? So I don't know if Brandon's got any different thoughts on it, but I understand where Mike's coming from as an old school fan.
At the same time, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, it's one of those situations where too many people think they know too much or they know enough anyway. So whether they're right or wrong, they still spoil the business. Too many people want to know what's behind the curtain, and I don't get that part. It's you want to know, you pretend to know, what's going on behind closed doors, but then if you find out what's behind, now you bitch about it. Like, this was just a peek into what goes on as far as like what it takes to run this shit. Like, it's not easy. It's not simple, No. It's one of those things where it shows people like, listen, we can't cater to every fucking body because then nobody's going to be happy. Like, this is how it's done. This is what we go through to get you what you see in front of your fucking TV. The amount of people behind the scenes, as far as like directors go, like talent directors and those guys, to see how that's done, it was actually kind of fucking cool. Like, to see the production side of the business. You know what I mean?
Right.
And this ain't the first time we saw what's in gorilla position. We've seen that
see
quite a few times.
Did we see what?
There's a picture of a cameraman when Cena was coming out.
Oh, yeah?
Had tears streaming out.
Oh, no, I didn't see that. Oh, I see. Oh, was it Stan? The guy he gets the rundown with him?
Most likely, I'd say. I know he's been having a lot of emotional stuff with him on camera and even with the behind the scenes stuff. So, yeah, Stan's been with him for a lot of years, and he's been running behind him down the rampway and all that sort of stuff for a lot of years, no doubt about it. So, it's crazy. So, but yeah, if you don't know a ton about the business and you want to know, Unreal will pretty much tell you all the tricks of the trade. But if you're somebody like Mike, who's a little bit more of an old school fan, it's kind of, I understand where it's kind of, breaking the fourth wall and giving, tearing down that illusion of it being a real show it's a real show, but of being like a real competition, a real sport, a real, whatever. But it's just like movies and TV and stuff. It's all production. Like I said, I think the kayfabe, the fact kayfabe being gone is a problem. Exactly. Yeah, it makes them human. I think the fact kayfabe being gone is a problem. How many hope Punk would win the Rumble, and now we're even sadder knowing he was supposed to, and it got overruled? Which, yeah, that happens a lot, And but yeah, he's not wrong.
It's like just because it's Punk doesn't mean shit. Like, it could have happened to anybody.
Well, he's not saying that. That's exactly what he means. Like, but now that it could have been anybody, but now that let's say Punk wasn't even that name. What if it was supposed to be, I don't know, John Cena? Now John Cena was supposed to, and you wouldn't have known prior. So it didn't matter who it was. So I get what he's saying.
Dirt sheets. Like, look.
Well, true.
Like, I get what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, that information is still fucking out there. Like, regardless, there is no, from reporters like Alvarez, Meltzer, those guys, they have a behind the scenes look in the sense of their what do you call them? Informants or
their sources.
Sources. You know what I'm saying? So, like, let's not pretend like shit like this doesn't get outed all the fucking time. They just decided to show you so you can hear it straight from the cow's mouth as opposed to a third party. Like,
well, it's kind of, and you're not wrong in that respect, where it's like, if you don't want to know the behind the scenes stuff, don't look. You know,
Yeah.
like Mike, you're choosing not to watch Unreal. That's totally your prerogative. So like it's like somebody like me. If I don't want to know the behind the scenes stuff of what's going on in the movie world, I'll just wait for the movie to come out and I won't follow anything like that. You know what I mean? Now we do it here because it gives us something to talk about. But at the same time, if you guys didn't want to, I'd get it. But at the same time, yeah, it's with anything. If you want to know more about it, you're going to dig and dig and dig, and you're eventually going to find the truth.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? So, but yeah, I mean,
like I said,
the
what
stuff I
seen-
saw, I enjoyed. It's just I already knew it though.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like there's never been a secret that there's producers or there's guys that produce matches.
I also
We already
saw-
know that we already know that it's a predetermined outcome in wrestling. So like the only real magic is what goes on in the fucking ring, because no matter what you're being shown on the screen as far as behind the scenes, it's up to the three guys or girl in the ring to then tell that story and pull it off. So you can know how the fucking cookies are made, but it's up to you to figure out whether or not you like them.
Mm-hmm. At half the time, like we even talked about The Rock and stuff at WrestleMania 41 and how all that got, flipped, turned upside down. Not to sing the Fresh Prince song, but yes. So something like that, it's like, so I mean, we knew because like we read the dirt sheets and we read all the stuff online, and a lot of people are going to be like, well, you don't know if it's true, if it's on or not. Eventually, you know where to look to find the truth. You follow people and you source them to see if they've told you the truth before, and then they're reliable. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of the same way when you're doing your research in politics or news or anything like that. You got to follow certain people, follow them for a period of time, and then when you realize, oh, you lied about this or that, they're untrustworthy now. But if you follow this person like, oh, he was accurate about this, he was accurate about that, that's the ones you listen to, or at least give credit. And then if they get it wrong, hopefully they own up to it and tell you. And if they get it right, you need to be like, well, bingo. That's how you do research. But some people don't want to take that time, unfortunately, anymore, and they just want to be whatever.
But I get saying about the whole mystery of it all. Don't get me wrong, there used to be a part of all of us when we didn't know any of this shit. You know what I mean? So wrestling was larger than life, but like just like everything, eventually somebody's going to break the wall down because simply they can't stand not knowing. And this was just a preemptive, like, look, you've already seen, you've read the dirt sheets, you hear the murmurings. You see how some people react in crowds who are simply there to shit on things because it's not who they want it to be. Not because they're a fan of it. It's just because they want to be proven right about what they said. So it's like, this is just your look into that room. If you don't want to go in that room, don't go in that room. It could still mean something to you, but at the same time, it can still just get ruined like it does on a daily fucking basis.
That's like when people criticize movies and stuff, and they're like, well, this could have been done better. This could have been done better. Yeah, but here's the thing. Just like that room you see at the end WWE Unreal, how many decisions, how many questions were asked in a room somewhere between the director, producers, writers, actors? They all have a say in it at some point or whatnot. And every little detail you see on a movie, for every second of that movie has been, the questions have been asked and answered, gone over with a fine comb brush or whatever you want to call it, fine tooth comb, and they make sure everything is exactly the way they wanted it, because every little decision has to be made.
And then some of that shit,
even it's the cutting room floor.
Yeah, gets cut out, thrown away. That's why they have DVD extras. Why? Because it's shit you wouldn't have seen that was supposed to be there that they took out. For what other reason? We don't know. It's just either it didn't fit, or it ran too long, or it wasn't the right time to introduce this, and this. Like, I get it. And then too with wrestling, and I get, Punk winning the Rumble and then beating Gunther. That would have been great. But think about that happening then, as opposed to where we are with the story with Punk, Rollins, Reigns. You know what I mean? Like where we are now, what we've gotten without him winning that title then. And now where are we? So now when he wins it and he beats Seth for it, it's going to be even bigger.
Yeah, it's like when Roman. I thought Roman should have lost to Punk or Cody at WrestleMania 40, but they didn't. They had Roman win, and they put a whole nother year behind it, and it was even more special when Cody won. So now you don't always know if that's going to hit or if it's going to work a year later. Everybody's going to be healthy. There is a risk to it, but yeah, I mean, but there are also times where it kind of goes like what happened on SmackDown. Right here. But before we do that, I'm going to show Mike's comment here. He said, I remember stories about how Bill Watts, when he was a promoter, would find wrestlers if they were seen in public hanging with the rival heels and faces hanging out. Yeah, and you're not wrong. If this was still the 80s, back in those days where kayfabe was completely intact, I'd agree more 100% with you. I agree partially, but at the same time, now that most people understand wrestling's not real, it's scripted. It's not fake, it's real. It becomes the action, but it's scripted. If most people didn't already know that, I'd agree a lot more. But the fact that it's already known and it's a production is a different story.
Here's the thing, and this is what I say about this. This is the last thing I'll say about it. Like, I understand where he's coming from, and I fully get it. Like, I gotta agree with you 100%. But you got to think about it. The internet ruined that shit. The reason why kayfabe was so able to be done back then was because nobody had a cell phone. You get what I'm saying? Like, there wasn't the internet for people to look. These guys weren't on social media, so you didn't have access to them like you have access to them now. You didn't have access to the business like you have access to the business now. So yeah, it was way easier to pull that shit off then, because these guys were going to different territories. They were driving from here. They all travel together. We know that for a fact.
No, that you
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Well, I was just gonna say, look how hard it was for Seth Rollins to keep that act up for just a little over a month.
Yeah.
If he'd have to do that all the time for the next 10 years of his career or whatever it is,
do you know how exhausting that
somebody with a cell phone is going to see him at his home with his wife and daughter walking around normally. I mean, unfortunately, I mean, unless you take away everybody's, internet and cell phones, good luck. Someone's going to find out. I mean, that's why movie sets literally have to be done a lot with security under a lock key, basically, where no one in, no one out. So only people in that building know. And the fact, and even then, it sometimes gets out, unfortunately.
But again, WWE is able to pull off a couple of times now the wool over people's eyes. They did the thing with Kevin Owens and Cody, where he got beat up, with grainy cell phone footage. You know what I mean? This shit with Seth Rollins, him pulling off this, fake injury. That's why, like, when shit like that happens, it's like a bigger surprise. It's like,
it's awesome. Yeah,
didn't fucking see that coming. No,
they got me.
Harder to do now. So embracing the fact that kayfabe is what kayfabe is now, that it's not, you can't do it as you were able to do it back in the 80s and shit. When it happens now, it's like a welcome change. It revitalizes your love for wrestling because they're able to get you. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Go ahead,
Mike said, he said, sorry, I was just on an old school kick. No, don't be sorry. Well, like we said, we get your point of view.
I totally understand what you're saying.
I just feel like it's just we're at a different time now, unfortunately, and that's just not going to be the same way it once was. He said, if you never have heard or read about it, look up the JYD Freebirds blinding angle from the early 80s in Bill Watts Mid-South promotion. I'll have to do that, Mike. Thanks for the recommendation. No doubt about it. But yeah, so that's just kind of what it goes. And then you get to the stuff like this here with John Cena and Cody Rhodes.
Question.
Yeah, go ahead.
If people like The Walking Dead, it was a series, right? Do people believe that the people that work on the set together can't have real life together? Like,
those are real zombies. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Those are real. That's why I got a gun, because in case one of them zombies comes on my doorstep, they go take two between the eyes.
People expect to keep it up all the time.
That's what she said.
No, and that's another thing too. You got a lot of these guys. Don't get me wrong.
I had to cut out some zombies from my life.
We've all done that. Yeah, exactly.
So a lot of these guys now, they have podcasts and shit like that. Like I went on a kick and watched a bunch of Cody Rhodes podcasts, which is just him drinking with friends and having conversations. And it was actually really cool and entertaining to listen to, because like, you're not getting that superstar that you see on TV. You're getting the person. So it's like this, it's a totally different look into wrestling. You get what I'm saying? You find out what their passions were, what drove them to do what they're doing, and why they put, the time and effort into doing something. You hear about, where they came from and how they even got into the business, which is highly entertaining, by the way. Like, to hear somebody's...
I found out I do have something in common.
With who?
I hate how my computer is so fucking slow.
We're
Brock
gonna get you
Lesnar.
fixed.
With who?
Oh yeah, we're about to get into him too. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
no,
so,
goodness.
Brock Lesnar.
Okay.
yeah. We'll get to him in just a
Neither
second.
one of us like people.
Yeah. He said, by the way, you see the thing that I said allegedly, guys? Yeah. No, it's ridiculous. Yeah, they're all El Grande. Grande Americano is his own entity. He's not
Yeah, what are
Chad
we
Gable. He's
talking about
not
here?
Ludwig
Like,
Kaiser. Not Pete Dunne or Tyler. I don't know what these people were talking about.
I don't know either, dude.
Seriously.
It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
I mean,
You guys,
utterly
El Grande
ridiculous.
Americano is a real person, and you should pay him some respect, okay? Like,
Yeah.
this whole notion
comes-
that he's somebody else
Mike,
is
I'm
crazy.
gonna kill you.
Chad
Dead.
Gable is a hell of a wrestler, all right?
Yeah, and when he gets
What
back,
is
he's gonna be like,
his own
see?
accolade.
For this?
Jesus. Tyler Bate. Are you serious right now? And Pete
Like
Dunne?
I told you in our private chat, stop listening to the dirt sheet conspiracy theories.
Exactly.
Grande
You wanna
Americano
talk about kayfabe,
is
son?
the greatest luchador of all time, and I can't
All
stand
time.
any disrespect.
Fight me on it.
No,
Fight me on it.
Fight
You know what I'm saying? Fight me on it.
But this kind of goes back to the whole conversation here with the Unreal a little bit. Now, randomly on SmackDown before SummerSlam, John Cena just turns babyface on SmackDown. Seemingly out of nowhere, kinda drinking what looks like a real American beer, Hulk Hogan's beer, with Cody Rhodes. You know, and what happened to R-Truth wanting revenge on John Cena, which they did play off on SmackDown last night, which oddly worked because it fit into the goofy nature of R-Truth's character. Cena just kind of like, Cena looked at him and was like, why were you talking like you wanted to ruin wrestling for the last few months? Like, what were you doing? And R-Truth's like, that wasn't me, that was you. He's like, what are you talking about? They did a good job of playing it off. But we all know without reading the dirt sheets, they dropped that story.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be honest. Just like they kind of dropped John Cena's babyface run or heel run. It really didn't have. I would rather they wish they waited until SummerSlam at the pay-per-view in the main event to kind of maybe do either a double turn or just turn John Cena babyface after the match. You know, show the respect thing to Cody, and you could have done the same thing there. This felt a little out of the blue. The day before the pay-per-view, or at least 2 days before their match. You know what I mean? But regardless of whether
it was more than, I mean, he was doing it for a couple of weeks. He was trying to tell John that he wanted the real John Cena. And like, I think John's popularity is what cost him a heel run. Nobody was buying it.
Not really.
They weren't.
That was the other
people
thing.
They wanted John Cena. So regardless of what he was saying and what he was doing, they were going to cheer for him, period. Why?
Yeah.
Because one, it's John Cena. Two,
It's
this
his
is the last time they're going to see John Cena. They could give a fuck less what he's doing as far as character-wise. They don't care. They just want to see John. That's it.
Yeah. I think if you'd have done the heel turn a few years ago, it probably would have worked better because you had more time. You didn't know he was leaving. You know, there was that more element there. So I get why they did it. It just felt like they maybe could have pulled the turn a little bit differently for me. But at the same time, as Mike pointed out earlier,
but you got it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like Mike said, SummerSlam was much better than WrestleMania, and this match was no different. I mean, the match itself was 1,000 times better than. Of course, they had no Travis Scott, number one, so that helped. Yeah, so I mean, in that regard, I think it was much better, no doubt about it. The pop he got when he turned babyface, regardless of when it took place, was great. The crowd loved him for going back to
when he came out and you had the black screen. Everybody was kind of like, "Oh, okay, yeah." When that fucking thing lit up and do all the flashy colors and shit, and he walks up the stand and he says, "You got one run left in you," I got fucking goosebumps, like legitimately. I was like, "Fuck yeah, here we go!" And then we got to see one more time at least, fucking Super Cena, where everybody was doubting whether or not he could still go in the ring. Bullshit, like they went, and there were times where it looked like Cody was gassed, and Cena was like, "Come on, let's go." When he picked him up on his shoulders, when they came up by the elevator, which was a corny spot. Let's be honest.
Yeah, great photography though.
Yeah, great visual. But then he AAs him, but then picks him up, carries him all the way down to that ring. Cody is not a small fucking man.
No,
he carried him all the way down to that fucking ring. I was like, "Yo, Cena still got it." Like.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then they still wrestled the rest of the match. Kickouts after kickouts. And like the people were just into the kickouts. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely well done. I was just happy that both guys were able to redeem themselves after WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Because that was, I mean, now granted, it was the booking mostly for the most part. It wasn't these two guys, but the Travis Scott stuff, no Rock, all that sort of stuff. The anticipation didn't live up to the hype, but this did. So I'm happy for both guys here, no doubt about it. Not only that, between these two guys here, this image right here evoked a lot of history from Andre passing the torch to Hulk Hogan way back at WrestleMania 3. We also got Hulk Hogan passing the torch on to Rock after that at WrestleMania 18.
That was a hell of a WrestleMania.
And then we got Rock passing the torch to John Cena after wrestling him twice at WrestleMania. And then, of course, John Cena passing the torch to Cody Rhodes. So we've got a little bit of this lineage here kind of now. And who will Cody pass it on to maybe one day in the future? We'll have to wait and see how that goes. But, yeah, I really enjoyed that aspect of it, too. And did you see John Cena talking about getting the real John Cena? Did you see Cena after the match looked at Cody Rhodes and said, you got the best of John Cena, and you just beat the real John Cena. So that was, again, a nice respect thing from Cena to Cody. So, yeah, this was great. SummerSlam, the two main events especially. For the most part, I thought SummerSlam was a pretty good show all the way top to bottom. So much better than, I mean.
These two, that match, they worked their fucking asses off in that match.
Two honorable mentions for SummerSlam. Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss winning the Women's Tag Team Championships. I like those two together. Keep that up. Especially even what they did with the cake on SmackDown. I thought was pretty clever with Alexa's name much smaller than Charlotte's on the cake. Died laughing. And then, of course, the TLC match between those 8 teams. Holy crap. So, yeah.
Unsung hero in that fucking match, Candice LeRae. That bump was disgusting.
Yeah. I'm just glad she didn't hurt her arm because she came down on it and she could have pulled a shoulder, or at least as far as I know, she didn't hurt anything.
Bruise on her leg.
No, I did not. I must have.
There's pictures. The bruise on her leg is gross.
That's nasty. To go into what Miranda was bringing up here, after the Cody Rhodes match, John Cena match was over, John Cena was left in the ring, kind of saving his thank yous to the crowd. Out walks the Beast Brock Lesnar for the first time in a couple years since being on the show. Obviously, he's been in a little bit of legal trouble, a little bit with the Vince McMahon stuff. But also interesting to note, by the way, every time that Brock Lesnar's returned to WWE, fun fact, he's only attacked John Cena. In 2012, he DF5 Cena on Raw. In 2021 at SummerSlam, and at 2025 in SummerSlam. Every time he came back, he DF5 John Cena. Interesting. So we're clear.
Seems oddly personal.
Oddly, yeah, for some strange reason, Cena and Lesnar definitely have a rivalry. But as I mentioned, apparently, even though that Brock Lesnar was kind of implicated in the Vince McMahon sexual assault stuff, apparently WWE Legal cleared Brock Lesnar 4 weeks ago. Now, I would need to stress, WWE Legal cleared Brock Lesnar. Just because they did does not mean a court of law would. They just feel that he is no longer in any danger of getting into any trouble with the law. So WWE felt it was okay to clear him, or at least it was going to get at least a settlement to where it wasn't going to affect him coming back to television. But that does not necessarily mean Brock Lesnar is not going to face some sort of ramifications for anything that might have happened in that. So just keep that in mind. But that is the reason he showed back up. And apparently, according to Triple H, he said that John Cena has been asking for his last opponents, and I guess Lesnar was one of the guys he wanted from the sounds of things. So that's what I read. Take that for what you will. But John Cena is going to have to wait on Brock Lesnar for the time being because we don't know when Brock's going to be back. He's just kind of showed up and he hasn't been on television since. But as of right now, at the end of August, it's Logan Paul versus John Cena at Clash in Paris in France on August 31st. Maybe Brock Lesnar shows up here again and attacks Cena one more time, maybe leading to that eventually. But we'll have to wait and see. So,
boo,
Logan Paul. Yeah, I hear you, brother.
I will say this though: if Logan Paul gets the Cena that Cody got, we're gonna see if Logan can work. I tell you that much.
That's for sure too. I think Cena's going to give him everything he can, and not only that, I'm kind of curious to say, even though I'm sure Cody's going to retain.
I hate the fact that.
Yeah.
What?
Go for it.
I don't even want to say it. Logan Paul doesn't look that bad.
No.
He doesn't.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is Logan Paul has a very distinct style of wrestling, right? Logan Paul hasn't really been
kind of
put through
the fuck he wants.
The ringer, so to speak. Yeah. He hasn't really been put through the ringer. And I'm not saying he hasn't had great matches or he hasn't been in there with guys who are great in the ring. That's not what I'm saying. But John Cena is a different being You know what I'm saying? Like that's a different benchmark.
Mm.
And I'm sure John is going to love working with this kid, like 100%.
Oh yeah.
But it's going to be one of those. You got to put your work boots on for this one. You know what I mean? Like we're going to go.
Yeah.
And John is going to do everything in his power to make this kid look like the star that he is and going to be 100%. But if you don't think he ain't going to make Logan work for it, like, come on now.
You're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong. Exactly. No doubt about that. So yeah, I think that was the last thing. Yeah, okay, that's the last thing on WWE's part for right now. So we'll get to Mike's chats here real quick. He said John Cena has to be the worst big star heel turn since WCW tried it with Goldberg in 2000 or WWE with Stone Cold Steve Austin in 2001. Yeah, you're right. And just like Goldberg and Austin, I think it's just because they realize it ain't going to work.
It's not going to work.
Yeah.
John Cena was too much of that workhorse, and I wanted to see it. Don't get me wrong. I was one of those people who wanted to see John Cena turn heel. But once you got it, it's like, it's not that it's you can't buy into his reasoning for doing it. It was like, but you're John Cena. Like, what are you talking about?
They had it all planned in the beginning.
Yeah, but like
they're writers. They are storytellers. They knew John Cena was going to turn back when they told him he was going to turn heel. Like they were trying. They're going to show you every version of Cena that they can before he retires.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, I feel like if they executed,
it was all work.
Well, I think it was a work up to a point because I think that John Cena, the heel turn itself at Elimination Chamber, executed, done perfectly, outstanding. Rock, even Travis Scott, as much as I didn't like his WrestleMania appearance, that was fine, even though he, black-eyed or he hurt Cody's eardrum and stuff like that. But anyway, yeah, the heel turn itself was done great. It was the follow-up. Yeah. Rock didn't show up to explain what happened, wanting his soul. Cena never really talked about why. And even after that, the crowd just didn't buy it, as Brandon said. So it was the follow-up that killed it. So I think that the plan originally may have been, and I have nothing to, I'm just speculating here. I have no proof of this. Their plan may have been for him to be heel all the way to his last match. But once they realized it wasn't working, they decided, no, we need to get out of this. And
it's the same thing with Austin. Austin went from that guy who was beating up the boss and everybody fucking loved to then joining his side, which made no fucking sense. But Austin was too much of a star to be a heel. Like, because he would do heel shit and people would still cheer for him. It was the same thing with John. Now, The Rock is the exception to that rule because he started off as this babyface that everybody just fucking hated. But when he turned heel, that's when everybody loved. Same thing with Roman. The way it works out now. Now that Roman's this babyface, but he's still this dickhead, they still love him.
They love him for being that guy, But and I think partially the reason why it didn't work for Stone Cold in 2001, I don't know if you remember, that summer is when Triple H tore his quad.
Yeah.
Which they were the two-man power trip. So when that happened, it kind of derailed, I think, Austin's heel turn because Triple H would have made him that much better of a heel.
Oh,
and once he was gone, it kind of fell off the rails, and it came back, and Triple H was a great babyface for a while there, so it just
Triple H came back, he was going to be a great babyface, but Stone Cold,
and then Hulk Hogan came back to red and gold, and it kind of derailed Hunter's championship run. So yeah, they had to go with the hot hand there, and so I understand, but yeah, that's just the way wrestling goes, man. Sometimes they got to call audibles and stuff. And Mike also said, you mean Brock is only going to be there when he feels like it? No way that waste of money would be like that. Yeah, I mean,
you call it a waste of money, you call it smart business. Like the man got paid to sit at home even when he was a champion. Though we bitched about it, I mean, it is what it is. Like he got paid.
In a way, you could say the same thing about Roman Reigns right now. He's and like he said in a promo, you think I'm just kind of a part-time or whatever. I work half the days you do, and I get paid twice as much. So. Yeah. Who's actually winning here? At the end of the day, I mean, we don't have to like it necessarily, but I love it when Roman comes back, and I know some people don't like.
And
Brock
it's the same thing with Brock Lesnar. Like, did you hear the crowd? Like, did you not see people lost their shit when they heard that music? So I mean, say what you want.
Of course, the internet also exploded about really we never wanted to see him anymore. Which what he did again. Let that play out where it plays out, guys. But at the same time, he's on your show. Just enjoy the show while it's there. That's all I say about it. But anyhow, moving on to AEW, just real quick. I know we haven't talked about it in a little while. Just wanted to kind of go over their Forbidden Door show. It's coming up in a couple weeks. We may not have a show back before then. But the matches as of right now is Kazuchika Okada versus Swerve Strickland for the Unified Championship. Tony Storm versus Athena. This match could be great. I don't know if they're actually going to pull the trigger with Athena. I'd be fine with it if they did, though. We got a 4-way match for the TBS Championship. Mercedes Moné and newcomer Alex Windsor against 2 other unnamed opponents right now that we don't know about. The Hurt Syndicate versus either the winner between FTR and Brodito, with Brody King and Bandito as a tag team. And then, of course, we'll have the last match of the United Kingdom of Hiroshi Tanahashi as well. That's what we know as of right now. It's still a couple weeks away. They'll add to that. Will Ospreay have to wait to see on his injury as well. He may come back for that show depending on how bad that is. And they're also teasing potentially MJF and Hangman at some point. But what are your thoughts on the pay-per-view here so far? Obviously, it's probably not going to come up to SummerSlam level right now. They just came off their biggest show of the year. So what are your thoughts?
It'll probably be FTR versus Hurt Syndicate. Hurt Syndicate will probably lose.
I think so too.
I don't think they're going to give it to Athena. I don't understand why not, but they probably won't. Mm-hmm. Okada should win it.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think that'll be a fun match. I really do. Man, if they beat Athena again with Timeless Tony Storm and Mercedes, I don't know how you book that. That's kind of rough because then you're going to have Athena being beat by the 2 biggest stars on the main roster, basically. So, we'll see how that one goes. And the Mercedes has got 8 belts, 7 belts now. She can afford to lose
8 now. 8.
You know what I mean? She took the loss against Tony Storm.
Got that 8-1 go, but
I couldn't even tell you the promotion. Yeah, but the bigger conversation I wanted to have. The bigger conversation I wanted to have when it comes to this real quick before we move on to movies is, of course, the whole MVP stuff. You've probably heard about this. Apparently, supposedly, we're going to speculate here. We don't know for sure. There may be some heat on MVP in the backstage locker room at AEW for, quote, rubbing a lot of people the wrong way. I guess there was some reports going around that he felt disrespected by Speedball Mike Bailey, who apparently refused to shake his hand when he first got to the company. He felt it was disrespectful. But also there's other talk about, I guess he had said in interviews that Bobby Lashley is a main event talent and he is stuck in the tag team division and he should be wrestling for the world title, which they actually have started to tease a little bit in case MJF wins it, that MVP or that Bobby Lashley may challenge MVP for it. So I thought I'd just get your opinion on this. It's also interesting to note that MJF is now officially out of the Hurt Syndicate, with some reports suggesting, well, because it kind of leads credence to maybe this could have some truth to it, because some reports are suggesting that he was supposed to be a member of the Hurt Syndicate for a much longer time, but now they pulled the trigger of getting him out of the group, and he just got in the group a little over a month or month and a half ago.
Yeah, he did this whole campaign to get in the fucking group, got in the group for a hot second, and now they kicked him out. It made...
Yeah. So is this smoke to this, or is it? Or is there any? Is this all smoke, or could it be some fire? I don't know. What do you think?
There's smoke. There's fire. I don't know, man.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Shelton Benjamin is a very underrated wrestler. Period.
He could be wrestling for the TNT title. I'd be down with that.
He could wrestle for the heavyweight title and be fine with it. He's. Yeah. Shelton Benjamin is a very underrated fucking wrestler. I don't know why.
Put him in the Continental Classic this December. Let him win it.
Fuck yeah.
Be fine with that.
Give him a shot at the Owen. Let him win that. Hell, Bobby's the same way. Put him in the Owen next year. Mm-hmm. The MJF thing or the MVP thing,
I don't know.
Part of the reason why he left WWF, because he said he felt disrespected here and there. I don't know what this man wants out of life.
Well, not only that, some of the quotes supposedly that was going around that MVP said about AEW, if you look at the full quote, he was actually talking about Triple H and WWE. So it's hard to tell right now if this is all legit. There's also a video going around of supposedly, like I said, he didn't feel respected by Speedball Mike Bailey, but there's a video going around of Speedball Mike Bailey filming something in the backstage area. MVP walks up, he goes, "F you, Speedball." And if Speedball goes, "F you, MVP," and they just kind of waved at the camera. So they were playing off of it too. So it's how much of this is real? How much of it could be a work, or it could just be legit heat? We don't know. But the fact that MJF is no longer part of the syndicate kind of makes you wonder maybe there's at least a little truth to this.
Weird. It is weird. All this. He went through all of that shit he did for it was 2 or 3 weeks. He didn't do the Owen. No. Yeah, he didn't do the Owen because he was trying to get into the Hurt Syndicate because he wanted them to help him win the title, which that's not even going to be a thing now. So is he going to cost them the chance, the titles against FTR? Because that's who I believe they're going to be. It ain't going to be Brodito. That's not happening.
Which also is interesting because some of the reports were suggesting that the Hurt Syndicate did not want to drop the belts to somebody like FTR, but they wanted to drop it to somebody who was up and coming, but they haven't done that either. So it's kind of like,
what are we talking about?
Like, I know. They beat the Guns. They beat Speedball and Kevin Knight. Like, okay, so which is the correct story here? I don't know. At the end of the day, it could be Tony Khan, and he's doing what he wants to do, and that's it. I don't know. So we'll just have to wait and see how it goes. But it is kind of crazy to think about. So we'll move on from wrestling here. But Mike did have one more super chat. He said, I put Shelton in the same category I had Dolph Ziggler in WWE. Absolutely wasted potential by WWE. Yeah, absolutely. And
hold on. Let's not shit on it all because the man he was multiple tag champs with Charlie Haas and
Kurt Angle.
Yes, Jesus, I couldn't remember.
The original American Alpha.
Yeah, he did have a singles run when he was the gold standard, which he was a great heel at when he was the gold standard. Like,
did he ever hold the Intercontinental title? I think he did.
Yeah, I do believe he did.
So it wasn't completely. Now, world champion, no. Ziggler even had that once or twice.
Yeah,
but it was very short. So, but yeah, I see what you're saying. In a way, it is some wasted potential. He could have been much bigger.
Yes, he could have been much bigger, but we could say
that super kick from Shawn Michaels will live in infamy, though.
One of the cleanest fucking super kicks I've ever seen in my life. He jumped so far, and Shawn timed it so well.
Right in his head. Yeah,
absolutely. Oh, it was beautiful. It's up there with the Ricochet's backflip or moonsault into
Adam Cole.
With Adam Cole's super kick.
I'm on it tonight. All right. Sweet. Yeah.
I did the
he knew the sound. He just didn't know who it was. Absolutely. But yeah, and Mike said Shelton was IC champ twice. So I thought it was at least once or twice. So yeah, good for him there.
But yes, you're 100% correct though. Like wasted, sure. As in far like what he could actually do and what he brought to the fucking table, 100%. But I'm gonna tell you right now, it's no better where he's at right now either, because like he's still a tag champ, he's still tag champs, yeah. But like Shelton Benjamin outworks a lot of people in that fucking ring. In the couple singles matches that he's had in AEW, fucking phenomenal. Like
even at his age, he's not. I mean, he's not real old, I don't think, but he's been in the game a long time. Let's put it that way. How old is he here, Shelton Ben? We'll do it real quick here. Benjamin, Shelton Benjamin is 50.
Fuck out of here!
Get out of town! I had no clue.
No shot. He's 50.
That's insane.
He don't look like it.
No,
go back to that picture real quick.
I can't. I just closed it.
Oh.
I can't.
I wish
that when I was 30.
Yeah.
I mean, God. Like, I don't know if I can get it. I'm gonna see if I can here, but
there's shot. He's 50.
For those of you who don't know who Shelton Benjamin is, Shelton Benjamin here is this guy on the left is 50.
No fucking way he's 50.
That's insane to me, man. And, well, I mean, it does make sense because he was back with Kurt Angle back in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
You know, so
God.
Unbelievable. Doesn't make you feel old anyway. So there you go. Absolutely.
Makes me feel sad.
Sad and old. Yeah, 50. No doubt. 50.
I'm 41 and I look like.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, well, let's move on to our next stuff. We got some more stuff to talk about. We're never going to get done if we don't get moving.
Yeah,
all right, so let's move on. And you're fine. Let's get into movie stuff. All right, let's see here. I know it looks like we got another chat here. I want to make sure it wasn't wrestling before we move on here. Mike said, "How old is R-Truth?" He's older than that. But yeah, and he looks just don't look his age either.
Benjamin's 50 years old and he looks like that. That's upsetting as shit.
R-Truth.
I gotta get my life together.
R-Truth is 53. So yeah, so there you go. And hopefully he'll have still something to do.
Jump off the damn thing at me. That's crazy.
What happened?
Shotzi jumped off my table. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Get him, Shotzi. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mike said 53 here. And we got a new commenter in the chat that I'll highlight here. He says, Kevin Davis says, Weapons and Freakier Friday will make money at the box office. Yeah, from everything I'm hearing, I haven't heard a whole lot about Freakier Friday, but from all accounts, I'm hearing Weapons is outstanding. And he also says that Disney is going to make money from WWE and NFL. Oh, no doubt about it. They're going to clean
for
up
sure.
what that is. Yeah, no doubt about it. They're going to make a boatload of cash with that.
There's no doubt.
So, and by the way, thank you for commenting and thank you for watching the show. Your first time commenting. So nice to have you here. Thank you all. Please subscribe and like and all that good stuff. You know the drill. Yeah. So, moving on to movies a little bit here. We also got apparently this week we got some new stuff from Spider-Man: Brand New Day. It has officially begun filming. And so that's going to mean set photos, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to finally get some look at this movie here. And before we see more about the set photos and the suit, we got official confirmation that Mark Ruffalo's Hulk will be returning, as we talked about here on the channel. It is now official. He'll be returning as the Hulk in Spider-Man 4, as well as Michael Mandow from Spider-Man Homecoming will be reprising his role as Scorpion. So maybe we'll finally get to see him in full Scorpion garb and all that sort of good stuff. So we talked about that a few weeks ago being rumored, but we pretty well knew it was confirmed. It just hadn't been official. Now it is. And so as of right now, here's the official cast. Obviously, Tom Holland's Spider-Man, Zendaya's MJ, Mark Ruffalo's Hulk, John Bernthal's Punisher, Jacobs Batalon's Ned Leeds, Sadie Sink, and Lisa Colon's Zayas. I think that's how you pronounce her name. We don't know their roles just yet. And of course, Michael Mando's Scorpion. So good cast starting to shake up there. A lot of rumor about Sadie Sink's character, whether she's going to be young Jean Grey, Gwen Stacy, Mayday Parker. We don't quite know just yet. We'll just have to wait and see how that goes. And we still don't quite know exactly who the main villain is. A lot of talk about it could be Mr. Negative from this old Spider-Man video games on PS5, or it could also potentially, I'm hoping, is Kingpin, which could kind of tie into the Daredevil series of stuff coming next spring. So we'll have to wait and see if that's the case. But it could be a little bit harder there with some copyright stuff. But this is our first official look at the Spider-Man suit in the new film. It looks a lot like the final suit at the end of No Way Home when he was swinging through Christmas there on Times Square and whatnot, or, Rockefeller Center. Not quite as bright on the blue. There's a little more glossy look at the end of No Way Home, but at the same time, the exact same design for the most part. It's the first official suit that Tom Holland himself has designed for the film and didn't have to rely on Stark Tech. So that'll be kind of cool to see as well. So we got a lot of set photos and stuff, as well as, like I said, officially shooting has officially begun. I believe it's in Glasgow, if I'm not mistaken. So they're filming some street scenes there with a tank pursuit along with police officers and lots of extras running around. But yeah, a lot of great suits, or looks at the suits here as he's been waving to fans and trying to sign autographs. But one fan tried to get him to sign an autograph and he said, I can't take it because I might get ink on my gloves. Can't do that. So that was kind of a bummer, but he was still meeting fans, high-fiving, saying hi, giving hugs and all that sort of good stuff. So great to see the movie begin to finally start shooting here. We got much bigger web shooters on the side of the hands as well. It's a little bit different of a design. So if he's trying to have to make this himself, it might be a little bit less high tech in order to make it work. But he was making cartridges in Homecoming. It looks like he's kind of got slots for cartridges in here as well. So maybe he kind of went back to that old school design that he had when he first started out his career. So it makes a lot of sense here. And tell you, it looks like he's looking a little bit buff right there, lifting something with some
little swole.
Little swole there.
Doubled up.
Could very well be. You never can tell who's going to be behind the mask. No doubt about it. A little light work from Tom Holland. But I'm still kind of hoping that we might get a scene kind of like this in the movie here if we end up getting the confirmation of Charlie Cox's Daredevil as well. They might be kind of keeping that back as a surprise right now. And we'll have to wait and see what the villains are. I still have the theory that if they can somehow get it to work with Kingpin as the villain, if he is still the mayor of New York as he is currently in the storyline, and after Daredevil's Born Again season 2, he'll kind of form his own like villains Avengers with Scorpion, maybe some of these lesser known Spider-Man villains and Daredevil villains, and they all kind of team up on like a street level team up thing. Maybe that's what we'll end up getting, which would kind of be a compromise, by the way, because Sony wanted to have this like big multiversal team up thing, kind of like what they did in Spider-Man No Way Home with all the Spider-Man, all these villains. But the MCU and Marvel Studios kind of wanted to have like a more grounded Spider-Man story, street level, not a lot of multiverse, alien stuff, just stuff on the street level of New York. And if that's the case, that could be a nice compromise, in my opinion. So seeing all this stuff, what do you think about Spider-Man Brand New Day officially starting filming? And it will be in theaters a little less than a year from now. So
I like the suit.
Yeah, I like it too.
I think it's like now more of the old school Spider-Man, without Tony's tech and all that. So it's more of his suit. He designed it. Like it's Spider-Man. It's literally telling the story of how Spider-Man became, the protector of New York and what he looks like and shit. So I'm glad that if they are introducing these other characters, because it's always so weird to me and I find it funny. DC does it too, but like they'll have these superheroes, and a lot of them are in one city, but a different part of the city, but they never interact with each other. You know what I mean? So like, it's like it'll be cool to see. Like, yeah, I'm in Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil. Fucking Miles Morales is in fucking Brooklyn, and you know, Punisher. Well, he just kind of rolls around, so it is what it is there. And the same with Hulk, but like to have these heroes, like they're literally in proximity of each other and have some interaction, that'd be cool.
Well, and I can also see it like kind of maybe starting the movie out a little bit. We speculated about maybe Spider-Man and Punisher may have to fight Hulk if he kind of gets back to his rageful self. Maybe he can't control things. Maybe like Mr. Negative or somebody is affecting his mind where he kind of can't control it anymore or something like that. I can also see a situation where Spider-Man may think that Punisher is a villain right away because obviously Spider-Man would not believe in killing and things like that. So taking out that form of justice. So I can see them kind of button heads, and even Daredevil same way. Even though Daredevil in the series is a little less so than Punisher, but even he's had his moments where he's been a very dark and vengeful character. So I can kind of see that being initially the case, and then they realize, oh, we're actually the good guys. We got to go after the actual bad guys. Yeah. Plus, in Daredevil Born Again, they kind of tease the fact that we're going to be seeing more of the Netflix characters like Jessica Jones, maybe Luke Cage or Iron Fist, maybe from those old series. Maybe the Defenders could also be a part of this with Daredevil and Punisher from those old Netflix shows too. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, this is shaping up to look good. I'm excited for it, and they're too far off. We got to wait about a year still, but it could be a lot longer. Obviously, we've been waiting 5, 6, 7 eternities before the new Spider-Man Miles Morales movie. It's been taking forever to write that, but yeah. Mike said in the comments, step away with the kids, but we'll come back to you here. Kevin Davis again says, my only concern with Sony Pictures Spider-Man Brand New Day staying in July 2026 is Moana's live action and Minions 3 will take away some of the box office with families. You're not wrong. Not only that, it's not just that too, but that same month as well in July is Tom Holland's other movie, The Odyssey, that is being directed by Christopher Nolan, who directed the Dark Knight stuff. So 2 Tom Holland movies within weeks of each other. I can see your concern, and I wouldn't be surprised if Sony and Marvel do move this, but they don't want to move it too far. Otherwise, you're going to get into Avengers Doomsday at the end of December. However, it wouldn't shock me either if they move Doomsday to 2027 in May or something. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. I'm kind of hoping it stays at Christmas time, but Spider-Man coming out around Christmas is not unforeseen because we've seen that with No Way Home. That's what happened there too, and it was very successful that time frame. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. So yeah, but I'm hoping for Doomsday. I'm really hopeful for that. But even though a lot of people are wondering right now if it's going to make any money, because we'll talk about Fantastic Four in just a little bit. But but once Mike gets his question in here, we'll move on to the next thing. So yeah, any other thoughts on Spider-Man?
Nope. I'm just excited to see it though.
Yeah, me too. I am absolutely. All right. We also got another thing in the world of comic books, but this time on the DC side of things, I wanted to talk about real quick. Mostly coming from a Variety interview, I believe, with DC's David Zaslav or Warner Brothers. Before we do that, Mike said, just like in DC, there's the Justice League of America and the Justice Society of America. In Marvel, is there another group of heroes besides the Avengers? You got the Thunderbolts, you got the X-Men, you got the Fantastic Four,
Defenders. You got the Howling Commandos. You got the
Young Avengers, the West Coast Avengers. There's
there's always subsidiaries to the main group, and there may be some main characters that are a part of several different groups. Hell, the Fantastic Four with the Future Foundation. That's a mix of different, Spider-Man's in that group as well.
And Kevin Feige, the head over there at Marvel Studios, has already stated that Avengers Doomsday is going to be about the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, the Thunderbolts, and the Avengers all, either fighting probably at first and eventually having to come together against Doom in that movie. So they've already talked about multiple different factions going to have to learn how to get along, kind of like the Guardians did with Stark and the Avengers did a little bit there in Infinity War. So it's going to be along that lines as well. So definitely going to see. But yeah, you're not wrong. There's some people who don't know that about the Marvel. That's more than just the Avengers, no doubt about it. But speaking of superhero teams, nice segue there. DC has obviously, got Superman being very successful. And a lot of people are starting to wonder what's next. Obviously, we know Supergirl and Clayface is next year. And we've got a Batman movie called Brave and the Bold supposedly coming out. And most people know about the Bat family in DC. They do. They know about, Batman, Robin, Nightwing, Batgirl, Jason Todd, Batwoman. There's all sorts of different people in the Bat family, no doubt about it. Damian Wayne, which is, I think, will make his debut in Brave and the Bold. But not many people know that there's another superhero family, and that is, of course, the Superman family. But according to David Zaslav, he said that James Gunn is now writing and set to direct the next installment in the, quote, Super Family. So it has now been officially confirmed that the Superman sequel will be something along the lines of a super family film, including everybody, including him and his cousin, Kara Zor-El. As James Gunn also confirmed via X that I am actually past preparing this film and well into writing it. So sounds like this project is much further along than we anticipated, and it may still only be like 3 years out, but it is coming sooner than we originally thought. And of course we got all these photos of, David Cornsweet Superman and Millie Alcock Supergirl on set together making Superman for 2025 here. So it sounds like we're going to be getting the Superman family, but a lot of people don't know who these people are. Brandon, have you heard of a lot of these? I'm sure you know a lot of these super family characters, but a lot of people don't. I mean, for those of you who don't know people who comprise the Superman family, Superman, of course, Supergirl, his cousin, Superboy, which in a lot of interpretations is either his clone or his son, depending on the continuity. Also got, obviously, Lois Lane, his wife, his kids sometimes, as well as Krypto the Superdog, who we have definitely got introduced to in Superman. Other important figures in the Superman family include Jonathan and Martha Kent, his adoptive parents, Steel, who was once portrayed by Shaquille O'Neal, by the way.
Yeah.
Not a very great film, but was done. We also got Power Girl, Lana Lang, Jimmy Olsen, who was also in Superman, and more. So could we potentially be getting the Bat family and the Superman family? That's what it sounds like they're heading for here so far before we potentially get the Justice League. But yeah, a lot of this coming up here, and it sounds like it's going to be the next Superman film, probably titled Superman Family or Super Family. So thoughts on this as a sequel to Superman, or would you rather see a solo Superman film, or do you think this is a good idea following Supergirl next year as well?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on where the characters. I mean, Power Girl would be dope to see on the big screen. So,
oh yeah,
and Steel.
Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, cheers, Sydney Sweeney.
That's Power Girl. But fantastic.
And Steel too. Like I'd be pumped to see Steel. Steel was, granted, yes, it wasn't the best iteration when Shaq did it, but
do you want Shaq back?
No, I don't.
No, I don't blame you there. It was not good at all. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I don't know who I'd cast for all these characters, but I'm down for it. I mean, again, this is something that's never been done on screen before. Even Superman and Supergirl, outside of the CW stuff, really never had a chance to team up on film. So and then you had the Krypto, you had all these other characters to it. I want to see more of the Bat family. Again, something else they've not done on film before. So it feels like James Gunn and Warner Brothers at DC Studios are trying to find ways of adapting the DC lore and characters in ways we've not yet seen done on film. And I think that's good, because otherwise people just be like, this again, we don't want to do that.
And that's the thing that we were talking about this before. Miranda said it 1,000 times. Like, give us something new, especially if we're going to do these characters and have these, then give us something we haven't seen before on the big screen. And this is that, just like with the Bat family, like this is that. So yeah, I'm all for it.
You know what this bodes well for?
Live action, though?
Oh yeah, it'll be live action. Yeah, David Gordon will be back as Superman. Millie Alcock will be back as Supergirl, I'm sure. But you know what this who this bodes well for, don't you? This bodes very well. Yeah, it bodes very well for the Green Lanterns if this keeps this current track.
I would love a full-fledged Lantern Corps movie.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I don't know about all these other characters like Flash and Aquaman and all there's other characters too. Which Aquaman may be a while off still. It's going to be different than Jason Momoa's my man. It's going to be more of the interesting.
If he gets to play the character that he wants to play,
Lobo. Oh, he is.
I'm here for it.
Lobo will be in Supergirl next summer.
Oh man,
he's getting a shot. So I cannot wait for the trailer. I cannot wait, and we potentially could get one by Christmas. It may not be a long one.
Lobo is going to be awesome.
It may be a teaser.
If you like Deadpool, then you'll like Lobo.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's like DC's version of Deadpool, but
an assassin that rides a space motorcycle.
Yeah.
How cool is that? I mean, come on, man. I mean,
since you brought it up, I just want to remind everybody that Christmas is only like 4.5 months away.
I know, right? We're going to be in next summer watching these movies before you know it. But yeah. Save your pennies. I got nieces and nephews to buy for, so I got to start doing that too.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. So yeah, but yeah, I think it's looking good for both Marvel and DC for sure. Mike said, is Super Chicken a part of the Super Family?
What?
I don't know. Who's Super Chicken? Is that like the guy that Peter Griffin fights on Family Guy?
Hilarious.
I don't watch a lot of Family Guy, but I was thinking Chicken Jockey at first too, because we were talking about
Chicken
Jockey. But anyway, so yeah,
that shit was hilarious.
Yeah, man, I still gotta watch that. I think I might watch it with my niece and nephew next week.
Bro, you gotta watch it, dude.
Well, they're talking about watching it next weekend, so I'll try and watch it.
You'll love Dennis, by the way. Dennis is the greatest thing.
I'll tell them I have to watch it for the show because we need to know my thoughts on it. Which, by the way, Mike, if you want to know my thoughts on something, I'm going to be watching Naked Gun tomorrow with my old roommate. So
Family versus Super Family sounds like could be fun as Hatfields versus McCoy.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you, I wouldn't mind a Super Family versus Bat Family film. That would be pretty cool.
Why? I mean,
well, the Bat Family would get murdered.
Not really.
Not really. With preparation. No,
Batman has already killed Superman before.
Fair enough.
So, nah.
You get Batman preparation time. Yeah. No doubt about it. So,
and Damian Wayne's a certified assassin. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's why James Gunn wanted to put him in there. He said it was his favorite character or favorite.
Damian Wayne is a certified assassin. Like he is
favorite I just hope which there's rumors, even though I don't think they're true right now, of Robin is in the Batman Part 2 with Robert Pattinson, which is not part of the DCU. But that it would almost kind of explain why Dick Grayson maybe. I know if you want to just already have Nightwing done, but at the same time, I'd kind of like to see that progression a little bit, even though we've seen it a little bit. But introducing Damian Wayne first is a choice.
But I would love to see Nightwing, Dick Grayson, but already as Nightwing, and then you can bring in.
Yeah, the other ones need more explanation than Dick Grayson does. Yeah, Mike said Super Chicken was an old cartoon, probably when my brother was a kid back in the 60s or 70s. That's why I didn't get it.
But like, I'm not that old. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm older than you.
Yeah,
but yeah, by a couple years. Yeah, but I'm probably the oldest. Yeah, I know I'm the oldest one here. But anyway, I don't know about the other guy in the chat, but yeah, I'm definitely the oldest one here.
He's the youngest one in here when Matt's not here.
Yeah, Matt's definitely the youngest. But by the way, where are you, Matt? You slacker. Anyway, moving forward. So yeah, all right. Well, we got a little bit of rapid fire news, so let's do that, and we'll move on for movies. So here we go. Well, yeah, we know you're older than all of us, but I meant. Well, yeah, I guess I'm counting the chat. You're right. You got me beat. But I was thinking more about just us here. But anyway, yeah, you're right. Hey, with age comes wisdom, right? Supposedly. That's what I'm going with my age jokes. But anyway. All right. So moving forward, we got some rapid fire
about getting older.
I know it's not fun. Yeah.
That
it comes personal.
Well, no. The topic that I have for later is about just that. So
okay. Well, don't let me forget it. I don't know when you want to bring it up, but don't let me forget it. So, but yeah.
We'll do it before. We got to do it before Mike gets off, but before we do politics.
Yeah, I think she's hoping Matt shows up, but we'll have to wait and see. So, but yeah, we'll do it before politics at least. All right. With the movie news, I want to talk about real quick before we move on to something else is, of course, Gremlins 3 is apparently got a script. Apparently got a script ready and done. And is apparently awaiting the approval from Steven Spielberg before it gets the green light. So could be coming sooner than we thought. Yeah. I actually thought I was kind of surprised by that reaction.
Movie I liked as a kid growing up, horror or whatever.
Really? Okay. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I figured you guys would be like, why? Let it go.
No, I fucking love Gremlins. And like, it's been a long time since I've seen a Gremlins movie. And dude, I would love, man. I used to love that little furry sumbitch.
Now
I think it would be something that Anaya would like too.
Yeah. Well, correct. I could be dead wrong on this. It has been since I was a child since I've seen these. So correct me if I'm wrong. This is what they normally look like before they get wet, right? And then they get all creepy.
Yeah, this is what he looks like. Yeah. You can't feed him after midnight and you can't get him wet. Okay. And both of those things happen.
Right.
That's how you get Gremlins.
Not the Gizmo, right?
That's Gizmo. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they came out of Gizmo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know,
Yeah.
but this one didn't turn, right?
No.
Like, there was-
Gizmo didn't
Yeah,
turn.
okay.
No.
I got you. But they all look like that before. Well, it's kind of funny
Mhm.
because that's a little side note though. But if you watch the start streaming thing, we got the little dragon in it, right? And he's sleeping, and then he wakes up, and then he flies to the studio. In
Mhm.
my head canon, because I had a hard time making the AI images. When he's sleeping there at the fireplace, he looks a lot younger and nicer. And then when
Mhm.
he's flying to the studio, he looks a little bigger, but not quite as nice. By the time he gets
Mhm.
to the studio, he's big and hulking and mean.
Mhm.
I just assume it's because he got wet in the rain, and that's why he turned into a gremlin. That's always that's always been my anyway. Little hint. It's sad that I had that much thought put into it, but
yeah.
That's dope though. I like that.
had to go with what
But
I
I'm
could work
excited
with,
to
you know
see
what I mean?
Grimm's movie though. I'm here for
Yeah.
it. That's dope.
No doubt about it. I mean, I gotta go back and watch the other two before it comes out. But yeah,
Gizmo
Mike said I
was
don't think
horrible.
Mike said you don't think you ever watched Gremlins 2. I don't remember that one as much either. I think I've seen
Oh,
it.
maybe we
I've seen
can
it.
watch that on the projector in the yard.
Ooh.
I
Yeah.
got to use somebody's laptop though because mine's a brick. But
can use
I can do
mine.
that.
Uh,
Okay, as long
Yeah,
as I
we
can
can
do
use
that,
mine.
yeah, we can make it work.
Alright.
Let's see here. Mike said, "Give up all this so-called wisdom that's come with this age for some young energy to keep up with these kids." Yeah, I'm sure that's a common thing for adults or parents to say. I should say.
If I could take some of my kids' energy at times, that'd be lovely.
well, I'm gonna tell you what, mushrooms and apricot kernels
Mhm.
will help. And
Interesting.
I don't mean the psychedelic mushrooms.
Yeah.
Those can help too, but in a different way.
Yeah, in a
Yes,
different way.
yes.
That's definitely
Yeah, I mean, Mike, you may want to give them a shot, but
fair enough. Yeah, moving on here. Apparently, the next sequel in the Meet the Parents franchise will be titled Fokker-in-Law because we had Meet the Fockers, all this sort of stuff. It'll be starring Ben Stiller, Ariana Grande, Owen Wilson, and of course Robert De Niro. I won't see this for Robert De Niro alone. Can't stand him.
I never got into these movies anyway, so
I didn't mind the first one, or maybe I've seen them all up to this point, but look, and I usually try not to mix politics with Hollywood with their acting skills and their movies, but that guy is so off the rails. I can't do it
yeah, I
anymore.
don't like them.
So that's just me. But anyway, if you're interested, the Fokker-in-Law will come out next Thanksgiving in 2026.
yeah,
We also have,
so,
yeah,
like,
we
it's
never
really
got.
not bad.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, we also got the release date for A Quiet Place Part 3. We've got 3 installments now, but the third installment is day 1. It's a prequel to the first 2 films. This is the actual third installment, and it will now be set to release on July 9th, 2027, as John Krasinski will return and write and direct. So there we go. So we'll finally be getting the end of this trilogy, if it is only a trilogy, and hopefully they'll wrap it up well because the first 3 films are all good. So if you've not seen this, it's
That
a good.
first one fucked me up, man.
Oh yeah, and the other 2 are just as good. So yeah, I'm just kind of hoping they end it well. The second one, at the end of it, I kind of felt like, well, I don't want them to just keep doing the same things. Kind of make sure it's a good finale. I just don't want them to keep relying on the same formula the entire. I mean, don't go away for what made it good, but also don't just kind of keep repeating the same beats. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, other than that, excellent films, no doubt about it, and a nice concept. We also found out that the sequel to The Passion of the Christ, The Resurrection of the Christ, directed by Mel Gibson, is now officially being split up into 2 parts. So this will be a trilogy now. Part 1 will release on March 26, 2027, around Easter, and the second part will be May 6, 2027, which is Ascension Day, the day that Christ, or the time frame where Christ went back to be into heaven. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. This is also going to be the kickoff to the summer movie season in 2027. So if Avengers Doomsday decides to move back to May, your spot's already taken, my friend. So the first film made buttloads of money. So we'll see how this goes. But yes, and Mel Gibson's talked about how his idea for the resurrection, obviously the story that takes place between the 3 days between the time he was buried and he rose from the dead. He's going to dive deep into what happened during those 3 days, which many people not even touched. So it's going to be heavy CGI, him descending into hell, some crazy stuff he's got in his head. So we're going to see where this ends up going. And I hope that we'll actually get to see him walk amongst everybody before he's ascended into heaven as well. So I hope they kind of cover that entire thing. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, if it's that big, it's going to need 2 parts. So I can see why they're doing it. We also got confirmation that the character of Forky will return in Toy Story 5. So if you liked him in Toy Story 4, we're getting yet another version or another time to check out this piece of trash, so to speak, that was kind of made by one of the characters into a toy with a little bit of like a spork and what do you call those little wired things, little fuzzies on them?
I know what you're talking about. I can't remember what the fuck they're called, but
cleaners. Yeah, it's like a little
pipe cleaners or whatever. Yeah,
I think she used a piece of gum and just so she just made a toy out of a spork. So I thought that was really cool. It was a fun character, very nervous guy.
but why are we doing like Toy Story left off on such a good note, like a heartwarming kind of note. Like, what are we doing?
Well, a lot of people thought that the third film should have been the final one. They did Toy Story. They did Toy Story 4 to kind of end Woody's journey. Obviously, the entire group got ended when Andy gave his toys to another person, and of course, Woody got his final. Now, I don't know if this is going to be Buzz's final film. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of Buzzes as the antagonist of the movie, I've heard. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But I don't know exactly what the story is. However, I do know, based on what I've seen, and all four of those films, even if you thought the third one should have been the ending, they've all been outstanding. So I gotta have faith that Disney and Pixar would not greenlight the fifth one if they did not have a great story to tell. If you're doing it just to make money, then it's not going to be good and you're going to ruin it. But right now, all four are outstanding. So I hope they have the same standard with this. So I don't think they would want to ruin it. But some people already kind of feel like 4 wasn't up to par. I do. I liked it, but that's just me. We also got, apparently, according to Deadline, a Space Invaders movie is in the work based on the old classic arcade game. So I don't know how this is going to work, but this could be anything from great to terrible. So I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on the way you want to see this and how it would work?
Listen, I don't know how we're going to do this. This just seems fucking retarded. Like, it's Space Invaders. What you see is what Space Invaders is. I don't know how we're going to make that.
I'm going to tell you what this would. Okay. A group of kids find out that the old video game controls drones or something, but I don't. Other than that, I don't see how it would work.
Yeah,
I think that I personally think they already made this movie. It's called Pixels with Adam Sandler.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
And say what you want, I like that movie as an old school arcade fan.
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Oh, I actually enjoyed it.
I know I've seen it. I think you've seen it too. You might have fell asleep, to be honest with you.
I mean, it's got his standard crew in there. Kevin James is also in there, which is one of his groups at the time.
Ready Player One did a lot of this too. Like,
yeah.
Like I said, it just depends on how you go about it. I mean, you could, if you do the standard aliens versus military,
but
we've seen it.
How?
It just depends. I don't know.
But how though? Like, you're gonna make this. This is going to be the movie. Like this. Yeah. This is.
Well, it's like when that report dropped a few years ago about they were going to do a Monopoly movie.
Yeah. God.
I mean, I guess if you do something like on Wall Street or something, but they did that, Wolf of Wall Street. So I mean, so I don't know. I mean, but we'll have to wait. I say we'll just have to wait and see how this goes. But it's in the works. Just because it's in the works doesn't mean it's going. I mean, so we'll see how it goes. We got confirmation this week as well that we know who is going to be cast as the main villain in Star Wars Starfighter alongside Ryan Gosling, and that is, of course, Matt Smith, the actor who played Doctor Who at one point. Very good actor, so I think this could work as a villain role. So I'm looking forward to seeing him and Ryan Gosling about 5 years after the Rise of Skywalker, Episode 9. A whole new story, kind of a one-off, I think, directed by the director of Deadpool and Wolverine, Sean. What was his name? Sean Levy. So so that could be very interesting. We'll see how it goes. And it hits theaters on May 28th of 2027. So it's about a year and a half away. Yeah. So there you go. So you gonna go see the Star Wars? I don't think you're the Star Wars type.
I don't think she's ever really watched Star Wars.
If you do, just watch 4 through 6, and then if you like that, we'll talk. But if you don't bother. But anyway, that's just my opinion. Speaking of Star Wars, though, Gina Carano apparently came to an agreement and have settled her legal dispute with Disney over her firing on The Mandalorian. They said, quote, "We look forward." Yeah, go ahead. I wonder if you had thoughts on this.
Elon paid for this lawsuit, but she's never even met him.
Yeah, which tells you that he thought it was, a travesty of justice, basically.
Yeah, when he
and he's not wrong.
Out that said if somebody got fired for it, let him know he meant that shit.
Well, and whether you agree, and I'm not going to get into what she posted or anything like that, because you can go find it if you want to see it. However, if you want to get mad at her and fire her, someone explain to me why Pedro Pascal still has his role in The Mandalorian and is also getting other roles with Disney, like the Fantastic Four. Because he exactly around the exact same time, in my personal opinion, put out far worse social media posts than she did. But because one is one way politically and the other is another, that's why Gina Carano got fired. That's the long and short of that story. So justice for Gina. It seems like she got it. And Disney also put out a statement that says, we look forward to identifying opportunities to work together with Miss Carano in the near future. But you were just trying to soothe her into oblivion. But apparently they come to some sort of agreement, because she's even posted about how she's looking forward to opportunities with Disney again at some point as well. Now, this could just be them being mutually respectful and parting their ways amicably after all this is done, getting out of the way. Or what are the odds we see her come back as Cara Dune, as pictured here in The Mandalorian, or The Mandalorian and Grogu movie next summer? Like a quick scene. Star Wars originally had a series called, what was it? Something of the New Republic. It was a series that was supposed to be centered around her character in the Mandalorian timeline, and it got canceled because of her firing. Could that be coming back now? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But good to hear that Gina kind of got what she needed and wanted out of this. Sounds like she pretty well won this for the most part. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes with her being cast in Star Wars. But I still think that she deserves an apology from Kathleen Kennedy and Lucasfilm. I really do, because, again, you let Pedro Pascal continue, and she's the one who got the X. So got me. So yeah. Don't worry, Mike. We'll get your chat in just a minute. I want to finish this up here real quick, though. But we also got official confirmation that DC Studios is finally going to be filming the Batman Part 2 in spring of 2026 for an October 2027 release date. So at least they're finally getting moving on this thing. It is going to be 5-some years or whatever since maybe 6 years since the first film. But we're finally getting the ball rolling on here. So Matt Reeves has got a script. It's ready to roll, and it sounds like DC is ready to go with the Robert Pattinson Batman movie. On the flip side of things, Marvel, we got a few small stories I wanted to get into here. Daniel Kaluuya, who was in the first Black Panther film as Okoye's husband, is co-writing a film about Spider-Punk who was a character in Spider-Man Beyond the Spider-Verse with Miles Morales. I'm sorry, it was Across the Spider-Verse, Beyond the Spider-Verse one's coming up. But Spider-Punk, that animated film, is in the works over there at Sony. So with that being done, we now have officially 4 confirmed and rumored animated Spider-Man movies in development at Sony. Obviously, the Beyond the Spider-Verse, the conclusion of the Miles Morales trilogy, as well as Spider-Punk, and 2 rumored, which would be Spider-Woman, which was also in the Spider-Verse films, and potentially a Venom animated film potentially be coming. I don't think that Tom Holland or Tom Hardy will be involved with that. It'll probably be a new version of Venom, but we'll have to wait and see. It almost sounds like Sony's like, all right, well, our live action movies didn't work with Madam Web and Morbius and Kraven, but our animated stuff is working great. Maybe we'll kind of continue that. Remember how I told you, Brandon, that I was like, well, Miles Morales can't go over to the MCU until they're done with the animated stuff. I'm now not so certain that's ending.
That's fucking weird. Like, I don't understand that. Like,
I hope it does, or at least that trilogy, and you can move Miles to the MCU. If you want to do these other characters like Spider-Punk and Spider-Woman, Spider-Gwen.
I don't want Sony to do a live action one, because their track record is not good. And I mean, it makes sense at some point to have Miles Morales in the actual MCU universe as Spider-Man. But I will say this, their animated shit, I'm here for it. And Spider-Punk is actually a pretty dope character. Like so like that's pretty cool.
Well, and here's the thing. Even if you put Miles Morales in the MCU after the animated thing's done, you could even put, Gwen Stacy and Spider-Gwen in the MCU eventually, which people think maybe that's Sadie Sink's character in Brand New Day. We'll have to wait and see. Even if you do that, the Spider-Verse film, the last one they did, they went to the Spider-Verse, like, multiverse thing. They had so many characters, Spider-Man 2099. You can make so many animated movies just out of those characters alone. You're making Spider-Man Noir with Nicolas Cage live action that's supposed to come out next year as well. You can do so much with the Spider-Man stuff that doesn't even include the main Spider-Man. Just focus on Spider-Man heroes and stop doing one-off villain films.
Yeah, like
it's not hard.
What sucks is because he wasn't in any of them, and they're all whatever.
It'd been better with Spider-Man.
Like, those characters are actually pretty fucking cool, and if done right, but they did not, and it sucked. Like,
you just need to have a Spider-Man with the villains, and it'll work.
Yeah.
all day. And you got plenty of Spider-Man universe characters you can use for that if you choose to do so. Also on the Marvel front, Chris Hemsworth has come out and clarified his recent statements that we talked about a little while ago, where he basically looked like he was giving a goodbye message. He kind of wrote how, being Thor has been a privilege. It's been truly special. It's been a passion, and cheers for your love and support for the character. A lot of people interpreted that as in, he's stepping away from the character. He's now come out and said that it is, quote, it definitely got misconstrued and perceived in a different way. He just talked about how he was starting a new chapter with the character. Now, that could be 100% honest, or he's trying to play a little bit of PR there, kind of a little bit of damage control a little bit, and didn't want to kind of give away that maybe he's dying in Avengers Doomsday or Secret Wars. We don't know. But as of right now, he's officially stating he's not done with the character yet, and his next up is Doomsday. So he will be in that film. A lot of people are saying he actually may have one of the leading roles in Doomsday, so we'll have to wait and see. But at least nice to know that he's not going anywhere just yet. Not so much the same on the Harrison Ford front, though. Apparently, somebody asked Harrison Ford if Kevin Feige of Marvel had any talks with him to convince him to return as Red Hulk in the MCU, and Harrison Ford just said, nope. Now, that does not mean he's not. Because he was asked, have you had talks where he would convince you to return as Red Hulk? He just said no, meaning he hadn't had talks. A lot of people were taking this as saying that he's not coming back into the MCU. And that very well may be true. But he didn't say that. He just said we have not had any talks about it. So time will tell if we'll ever see the Red Hulk again. But if you don't, at the end of Brave New World with Captain America there, his story was kind of wrapped up too. You don't necessarily need to. So if that's the case, I'm perfectly fine with it. But wouldn't mind seeing the Red Hulk versus the Green Hulk at some point. But that's just me. Maybe like a World War Hulk situation. Normal. I mean, come on. But that's just me. But we'll have to wait and see. And Fantastic Four, while had a great opening weekend for the most part, and it's made about as much money as Superman has. Its second week, it suffered a 66% drop at the box office, which is not good for any film if it drops that much the second weekend. But even so, it's made enough money so far where Matt Shackman is, quote, directly likely to return and direct a Fantastic Four sequel in the future. So we are going to get a Fantastic Four 2, and they will next make their appearance in Avengers Doomsday. So we're going to be seeing more of the Fantastic Four, and Marvel seems to think that once people see them in Avengers Doomsday, they may want to come out more for their solo films, and that may very well be true. But I ain't gonna lie, I thought this was the best comic book movie of the year. Superman's the most fun, as I stated. But I think this is a good interpretation. So I hope more fans will get on board, maybe once it gets onto streaming as well. So some people just don't want to go to the movie. But last but not least, in the world of movies too, we also got a rumor. I want to stress rumor that we may be getting the second, potentially chair reveal, where we know the second half of the Avengers Doomsday cast on August 27th. That is the rumor. And expected to be announced in this is Tom Holland as Spider-Man, and even potentially Chris Evans as who knows what. Whether it be Johnny Storm, Captain America, Captain Hydra, we don't know. Could be announced as the second part of this full Doomsday cast. So expect about another 20, 25 names to be revealed, potentially by the end of this month as filming continues to take place. Hopefully, though, if they reveal these set seats and chairs again, they won't take 15 minutes between names. So where it lasts 5+ hours to reveal the half of the cast, just do every couple minutes or something and make it like a half-hour film. Or a half-hour thing if you want to draw attention. We don't need to be waiting all damn day to see who the next name is. That's just my personal opinion. So, thoughts on all the movie news? Anything else you want to talk about there? Or are you looking forward to the second half of the Avengers cast?
Movies. I mean, I'm interested to see about the Avengers Doomsday stuff. Kind of excited about the Gremlins thing, to be honest with you. I ain't gonna
I gotta go back and watch that for real now then. Because I didn't know you guys were such fans.
Seems real interesting. So does the Spider-Punk thing. I hope that happens. Like I really do.
I think you'll find the Super Family thing more interesting after you watch Superman. Same with Avengers Doomsday. Have you seen Thunderbolts yet?
No.
Okay, well, once it hits streaming and stuff too, I think Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four may whet your appetite for Avengers Doomsday too. I think they're leading to that.
I do need to see Superman, and I do want to see Superman.
Did you see Captain America: Brave New World? I think you did.
Yeah, I watched that.
Okay. That kind of started a little bit toward the end there, with him maybe going off to recruit the new Avengers. So that kind of teased that as well. So it is definitely rolling. They've got the ball moving. So good to see that, no doubt about it. Before we move into the next segment here, we got Mike in the chat. He had get caught up on a couple of these things here. He said, got Avery down here having trouble sleeping. Asked her if she recognized you all. I said, you know that second guy, right? And at first she said no, but then I said he has a nickname, you know. She giggled and happily said, Chocolate Thunder. So Brandon's got a fan in the crowd. All right, we growing our fan base all the more. And Mike said, by the way, she liked the bird, aka Aaron, to speak. Our faceless dragon there is the patriotic eagle down there, no doubt about it.
I had to grab a drink. I'll be right back.
He'll chime in when he can, but he's got little kids too, so he's got to talk when he's available. So you might hear him. He said one word tonight. He said "boo." So yeah. So, all right, Mike or Brandon, you said you got to go do something.
Yeah, I got to drink. I'll be right back.
All right, cool. I want to move on into. Actually, the next segment I was going to do you, but anyway.
I can wait a second. Then hold on.
Can you wait? All right. It's literally yours. But anyway, all right. So let's do that real quick, and we'll move on to that. All right, here we go. Yeah, just yell one of them kids, say, "Hey, give me a drink."
No, Jackson just came in here and I just told him. I said, hey,
there you go. All right. See, you got to get that drive-through service working. You know what I mean? But anyway, but no, I wanted to bring this up just because I know you mentioned it and I thought you might want to talk about it a little bit. Apparently, Battlefield 6 has an open beta. A lot of fans are getting into, so I thought you might want to talk about this, why you're excited for it, why you're begging me to play, and all that sort of good stuff, which I do.
You're such a Call of Duty, and I figured this is more your speed.
We tried it before, I think, or one of the older games.
Yeah, we played Battlefield 2042.
I got sucked up by a tornado. So yeah.
But it was more your speed, and like it was more, you know what I mean? Where Call of Duty is more of a, you know, quick reaction shooter, Battlefield is more methodical and laid out, more team-based oriented. And so when it was announced, I was kind of like, it's gonna be the same old. And like me and Aaron had this discussion at work, and I was telling him that like how like I just burned myself out on playing Call of Duty because of what it is. And like me and my oldest son Jaden were talking about this too. Like I know I'm part of the problem when it comes to Battlefield because I own a lot of these skins. Like I own a lot of this outfit. I have the Snoop Dogg skin. I have the Cody Rhodes skin. You know what I mean? Like I'm part of the problem. But like at some point it got away from what I enjoyed playing. And then Battlefield, like it was just, that was the first one that I actually played that I made a lot of friends and I played with. You know, I met a lot of cool people from all over the world. Like literally, I played with this Russian dude who barely spoke English, but he was the funniest motherfucker I ever met. A guy from England who I still talk to this day. A guy from Nashville who I used to play with all the time, and he was really cool. Like, made lifelong friends playing Battlefield with, and like this one looks like it goes back to what Battlefield used to be, what we liked and what we played. And I watched a couple gameplays from it, and I was like, all right, well, now I'm gonna have to play it. So I have it downloaded and shit, and I'm going to play it. And I was just trying to see if you wanted to join me.
Well, yeah, I do want to at some point. Just finding time right now.
Plus, the destruction is back. Like literally, buildings get dropped on people, and it's fucking hilarious. Because like,
sounds terrifying.
What you're having is a bunch of Call of Duty players who've only played Call of Duty now play Battlefield, and it's not the same. It is not the same. You can't run and slide like you can in Battlefield or Call of Duty. There is no quick scope sniping like with a sniper rifle in Battlefield than Call of Duty. There's bullet drop in Battlefield. Like you have to account for when you're using a sniper rifle, aim up. Like over a long distance, you got to account for that shit. Otherwise, you're shooting a rock and you're going to get shot in the face. Yeah. Like the jets. Me and Miranda watched one of our, at least one of my favorite streamers that he was playing, and he was like, I'm going to learn how to fly a helicopter. Got in it, immediately crashed it. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Listen, I turned cartoons on earlier in the living room. And the title of the video was something like, do I really suck this bad at this? Like, he's having trouble.
But they
or as
all
Kyrie
keep
saying would do.
Yeah, but they all keep playing because they're having a blast. because it's not
Yeah.
Call of Duty. Call of Duty has taken a fucking dive as of late, and like people are itching for a shooter again, and this is going back to what these big, large scale battles, 64 on 64, like helicopters, tanks, jeeps, Humvees, strapping. Bro, we used to put C4 on jeeps and drive them into buildings and blow them up. Funniest shit ever. Like it was hilarious.
Isn't that where Jaden got the whole dog tag thing from?
Yeah, snatching dog tags was part of
Yeah.
it. Like my this account here, actually, on my PS4, I have 2 of the dev tags that I got back when Battlefield 3 came out, and the devs did the game where they played with a bunch of people, and they had these very unique dog tags. I got 2 of them bitches because I knifed both of them. Like, and like it became a collector's item. Like you would collect these dog tags. They were on a screen. You could see people like, I've killed this person, like, but I have his dog tags. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're personalized. They're everybody's unique because you could design them how you wanted to. It's like your own little calling card, and like it became a collection of trophies just to get these dog tags from people. Like, yeah, and Jaden took that concept and where he was just started to snatch everybody's dog tags IRL. So
wow.
But
he learned from this though.
Yeah. Battlefield was
the
like
dog.
The dog got it. Yeah, Petey got it. It's crazy. Yeah. This is hilarious. This is hilarious.
But like you said, can they finally eclipse Call of Duty this time? Because that's always been the thing, right? The way I understand it is always Call of Duty who got the better of them.
Yes, because Call of Duty is an esport game. You can't do Battlefield at esports. It's not the same. They're 2 different shooters. The concept is the same, sure, but they play vastly fucking different.
Oh yeah,
vastly different. But it's come down to Call of Duty is like it's like Madden. It's every fucking year. You either have Sledgehammer or you have Activision. So like they're one after another. So like people are just, other than the Warzone, nobody plays Call of Duty like that. You know what I mean? They play Warzone for sure. Don't be wrong, you'll still get some people who don't like playing Warzone and they'll just play regular multiplayer. But the downside to that is then you get into these games where skill-based matchmaking is an issue, right? It is, and then nobody does it as severely as fucking Call of Duty does. That basically means if you could go into a game, have a couple good games, then you'll end up playing games where these guys are professional COD players and you're just getting monkey stopped the whole time. You've witnessed that yourself. Like when we played with a friend of ours, he's really good at Call of Duty. So we would play with him. We would get into these lobbies where there were people who played like he plays because his KD was so high. So they would just stick us in these games. So when you're a guy like, I'm not trying to shit on you here, but like a guy like you who's casually playing, and then you get into a lobby where you just get steamrolled, it's no fun for you.
Well, and I was about ready to say it. I won't lie. The one time, I can't remember which Battlefield we played, but I ain't gonna lie. I felt like it was a little easier and more fun because I wasn't getting sniped from 500 yards away from somebody I didn't even see. Hell, even in the same room half the time, I didn't even see them.
Yeah.
Now that's partially on me, but at the same time, it didn't feel. I mean, Call of Duty, you could almost say was maybe more true to real life, maybe like a simulation. Battlefield felt a little more arcadey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Call of Duty is more a twitch shooter, right? You have to pay attention. You have to have fast reflexes. If you round the corner, you don't get the chance to gun somebody down. Most of the time, they're already shooting by the time you come around that damn corner. You've experienced this like many a times where you go to round a fucking a container or a door and you're already dead by the time you step foot in it. It's like, and then you on top of that, you got score streaks going off. So and that's another thing that these Call of Duty guys were complaining about. No, there is no score streaks. You know what the score streaks are? Those helicopters and tanks and shit that are rolling around already in the game. Those are your score streaks. And I was telling Ann about this. These guys that get in these jets in Battlefield, they will never touch the ground because they're just that good at being in these jets and they're in the air the whole time. And what they're doing is taking out the other jets and helicopters, which allow you on the ground to move fucking forward. A guy in a tank, a good person in a tank, will be in the tank the whole time, capturing objectives, clearing the way, making room for the guys on their foot to keep going. In order to win games and succeed in Battlefield, it's a more team-oriented thing. Mm-hmm. Call of Duty, literally one player can run a whole game. And we know that for a fact because we witnessed it 1,000 fucking times. So like,
and you're like, well, that sucked, but next one,
you're KD shit, but your friend here, the guy on your team, is crushing it, and it's like, what the fuck's the point? And nobody plays the objectives in Call of Duty. You can play objective-based games if you want to. You'll be the only one capturing while your rest of your teammates are running off. Next thing you know, they flip spawns, and now you're standing there, and there's 4 of the enemy guys behind you. Now you're getting shot in the back, and it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah. Exactly. So, yeah, we're going to have to find some time to play this because I do remember having more fun with it than I did with Call of Duty, mostly because I didn't suck as bad. So there you go. Not saying I was great by any stretch.
I'm trying to get Miranda to play too. So,
oh, nice. I'll shoot.
I think it'll be more her speed than Call of Duty. She doesn't have to really run off a cliff.
I'm not going to get in the plane.
Yeah, I'm not going to get in there with you. I'm not doing that.
Yeah. What's your going to call sign? What's your call sign going to be? Hashtag MAGA 1. MAGA 1. There you go. All right, dude. Well, I thought that'd be cool to talk about.
Oh no, we'll have to throw a 17 in there.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. MAGA 17. There you go. I like that too. All right. You got your drink? Okay, good. You got your drink, so we can still talk.
Yeah, I got my drink.
All right. All right. So here comes some football. Let's do that. Here we go.
Okay.
All right.
No. Loki.
Yeah.
Sit down.
Oh, Loki. As we talked a little bit earlier during the wrestling segment, ESPN and the NFL have also kind of come to an agreement where ESPN now basically, distributes and owns a lot of the media assets for the NFL, including the NFL Network and NFL Red Zone. My biggest thing with this is if ESPN controls NFL Red Zone, how long before NFL's Red Zone 7 hours of commercial-free football becomes 7 hours of commercials and a little bit of football? I don't want that at all. I want my football, baby. That's what we got the NFL Red Zone, NFL Network for. Let's not hijack it with a bunch of other nonsense. So, that's my big concern there. And, of course, how to access it. From what I understand, I could be wrong, but as far as I know, this season, it's all still accessible on YouTube TV that I currently own, so I don't have to worry about it this year. But in coming seasons, we'll have to maybe figure it out, see how it ends up going. But, thoughts on ESPN and the NFL, much like I know we talked about a little bit earlier. I didn't know if you had anything else to add to it. This could.
It's not ESPN literally is one of the most watched sport network. Like, it is. It really is. So, I'm surprised it takes this long.
Doesn't watch out. Did you ever read Pat's post about it?
I may have, but I forget.
He still gave him shit. Like when all this deal was signed with WWE, and I think it was probably with NFL. He had something to say about it, and word for word, I couldn't tell you what it was, but he blamed the suits at ESPN.
So, he's had his run-ins with them, and when he signed his deal with ESPN, there were some people who wanted to take control over his show, and he was like, "That's not gonna fucking happen." I mean, that's the deal that he worked out.
I'm saying. The WWE better be careful with the whole thing.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there.
Yeah,
he made it a point that he was like, and that goes to part of it. Eric, like what you're saying as far as not wanting all these ads and all this other shit, but only getting minimal of what you want to watch. I hope that is worked out. I think you're right on that aspect of it. Like, I hope that doesn't become more ads than actual fucking football. And
look at WWE on their big shows. Most of it's ads and stuff anyway, and that's before even TKO took over. And it's worse now. What happens now that Disney gets their hands involved with ESPN? That stuff does worry me with WWE and this, especially with the NFL Network.
The trend of ads. Sydney Sweeney's making things go crazy with ads now.
Good on American Eagle, by the way.
But it could get really annoying
Mhm.
with
Yeah.
all these, right side influencers putting ads out.
I mean, I'll take it for now on that side of it, because it seems like for the longest time it's all been left wing influencing ads. So I'll take a right wing every now and then. But yeah, I mean, but I just don't like, especially when it comes to the red zone. It's always been 7 hours of commercial free football, and now you come in. If you change that, you're killing red zone, because that's the whole point of it.
We watched a lot of red zone, last season, like for football, like. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I fully understand that, and I hope that isn't the case, and that's not what it becomes.
I mean, that's literally for fantasy footballers, especially. It shows you every touchdown. Even if you can't watch, like in Miranda's case, you can't watch the Steelers the whole game. When the Steelers are on, they'll show you every score in that game that matters. So, and every big highlight, big play. So you're going to know how your team's doing. So it's one of the ways you can watch every team without having to shell out $400 for the Sunday ticket. It may not show you the game in its entirety, but you can follow every team on that channel that's playing at that time. I think they might have froze a little bit there. You guys back?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Kind of. I think it just hiccuped a little bit there. But Mike said, Red Zone provided me one of the greatest moments ever. The day Eric jinxed a replay. This I did do. I've been known to kind of jinx a few plays, kind of say something, all of a sudden, the very next play is something else completely different than what I said. I ended up, can't remember what it was. It was like a touchdown, or that I didn't think was going to happen. I think Mike would have to explain to me the exact circumstances again. I'm sure he will too, so give him 5 seconds. But anyway, so yeah, I'm definitely bad about that. He said it was he said it was Colt McCoy when playing for Cleveland. He was scrambling. Eric said this kid is going to be good, and he proceeds to throw a pick six. So yeah, so it happened. It's like during the Super Bowl, I said Peyton Manning, nobody could dissect a defense like Peyton Manning. Next thing he does, he throws a pick six to an IU guy. So we lost the Super Bowl after I said that. So that's my bad, ladies and gentlemen. We could have had 2 Super Bowl championships if it wasn't for me. So I'm a bad fan. I'm sorry. But anyway, moving on. Speaking of the Colts, though, and everything, NFL preseason kicked off this week. Obviously, Thursday night kicked off the festivities week after the Hall of Fame game. And for those of you who are curious, here is the slate of games for this weekend. Obviously, as of this live stream here, most of these games are now completed, with the 2 set for Sunday still. The Dolphins and the Bears tomorrow at 1 p.m. and the Saints and Chargers at 4 p.m., both on the NFL Network. So if you're interested in them, those will be on tomorrow, and then we'll be off again until next Thursday or Friday, I believe. Most of these games have already taken place, including as soon as I got home Thursday night, even before his hand, I get an alert on my phone about the poor Indianapolis Colts, me and Brandon's favorite team here. This is basically what it felt like walking into this game, because as soon as I get home, no sooner do I see this. Poor Anthony Richardson, who is fighting for his quarterback job right now. And I still believe, all things considered, he has the best shot to be our starter. But that may not be saying much.
Daniel Jones ain't gonna fucking do it.
No, not after this week. But here's the thing I can't understand. Now, again, this sack, he got trucked and murdered by this dude. Nobody blocked. Now, granted, I'll say this. This is Anthony Richardson's fault, okay? While I still can't understand why Shane Steichen is making a coaching decision when you're trying to determine who your number 1 quarterback is going to be for the season, you throw out your backup offensive lineman, with the exception of maybe of a couple guys, and you don't have Michael Pittman, you don't have Josh Downs, and you don't have Alec Pierce on the field. So how are you supposed to make an accurate determination who your starter's supposed to be? Was it supposed to be whoever's left standing? Because that's what it looked like to start here, because on his 3rd offensive snap, this happens to Anthony Richardson, and because of this sack, this is what became of it. Hide your kids, hide your wife. This is a little squeamish if you've not seen this. But his pinky finger is not supposed to bend this way, ladies and gentlemen. It is 90 degrees from his hand. Okay. Now, initially, a lot of people thought, oh, God, he broke it. That would be a good month and a half recovery. But fortunately, It sounds like it was just a pretty bad dislocation, as he it was popped back into place, and he was wrapped up on the sideline. So much so he was even throwing. He was even throwing the football here. You can see it at the bottom of the screen there. He's gripping it and giving it a few throws just to see how it felt during the game. So it's now been a few days since then, and Adam Schefter of ESPN has also been reporting that he may even return to practice as of this afternoon this afternoon earlier. So if that's the case, he may be just fine. Dislocations do happen all the time, even on throwing hands at quarterbacks. So it may not be the end of the world. But
no, it is. It is. It is.
That being said, this is the third offensive snap. Dude's already get hurt. And he's not been able to stay healthy since high school for the most part at times. So there's severe questions about whether or not this guy can last a whole season, let alone a game right now. I mean, now granted, he played about half the season or a little more last year. But again, until he shakes that fragile moniker, which he's going to probably take a good year or more, maybe even beyond that at this point, to prove those doubters wrong, then we're not even talking about his statistical play. Okay. And in this particular play, he should have clocked this guy better. He should have known when the blitz was coming from. He should have threw it over his head to the hot receiver. Didn't do it. That's on him. So yeah, it's concerning as Colts fans. Now, I'll say this too. We should also be more concerned about how our special teams gave up 2 touchdowns. Preseason, players, I get it. Maybe not a big deal. But then you got Daniel Jones who comes in, supposed to be the other guy fighting for the starting job, and he goes 10 of 21. Barely half of his passes were completed. Now, on the bright side, Tyler Warren looked good, our number 1 tight end pick. He looked good. Tui Malowau, the Ohio State guy, looked pretty good too, getting some good pressure on the Baltimore quarterback as well.
Hey, I will say this. I will say this. Hey, if Cleveland doesn't want Shadir, we'll take him.
But again, preseason, a lot of backups on the opposing side there for Cleveland's opponents.
Yeah, but these aren't our backups. These one of these two.
Well, the 2 starters, yes, but again, they were playing with backups. Yeah, so again, how do you determine a starter when you're throwing in backups with them? Number 1. Number 2, you're playing with backups. That's not a good. You can't tell who's going to do what with them. So I mean, I don't know. I just didn't understand the call there, but yeah, that's the side of it from the Colts right now. Yeah, it's perfectly representation. So I'm not sure. I don't know, Miranda. You probably fought a little more than I did. You have anything to talk about Pittsburgh there?
Well,
I know the kicker.
I didn't get to see much of it.
The
Jacksonville kicker can kiss my ass.
Yeah, the Jacksonville kicker kicked a 70-yard field goal, which would have been an NFL record had this been a regular season game. But because it's a preseason,
fucked up.
Because it's a preseason game, it does not go to the record books, which sucks for him.
No shot.
I looked it up. It is true. It would have been an NFL record, but it does not count.
So shitty, dude.
I mean, it's still great to look forward to, and maybe now you know the guy's got the ability.
You can't give this. That's not an act. I mean, oh my god, that is.
I bet they let him try it somehow again. Like,
I'm sure they do. Yeah. But again, how much of this was wind conditions and stuff? It could have been all leg. Maybe it was. If that's the case, he'll get a shot. But if you're 70 yards out, and it's for the game, or they got no other option, they'll probably give him a chance. So Cam Little is the guy's name.
He is little.
Yeah.
That helmet looks big as shit on his head.
But he had a big leg. So there you go. So Jacksonville's kicker, we'll see how that ends up playing out. But yeah, sucks that wasn't an actual record. But
hey, they didn't look too bad out there.
No, they did not.
That's some good news for Jackson.
Outside of the Colts woes, there was another sad moment here. Apparently, there was a serious moment in preseason. I think it's pronounced Maurice Norris. It could be Morris Norris, but I would think it'd be Maurice. But anyway, I believe this is the shot. I didn't actually see this play, but it looks as if, at least from this shot, he might have taken a knee to the helmet, and he was severely injured, and he was on the field and was not moving so much, so they had to call out the ambulance. They stopped this game between the Lions and the Atlanta Falcons as he was taken away in an ambulance. And instead of finishing the game, and what may have been a first in NFL history, I believe, the Atlanta Falcons and the Detroit Lions ran out the final 14 minutes of the game during a prayer to honor Norris after he had to be carted off the field. So Hope the guy will be okay. Hope everything. I mean, obviously, it's probably not right now. I haven't heard any updates since he went
I
to the
did. I seen
hospital.
one thing that I think Dan Campbell put out, said that
Okay.
he's responsive, he's awake, he's responsive, and he can move his extremities a little. But
Okay, well, that's a good sign, but maybe not the greatest sign. So continue to pray for Maurice or Morris Norris. I don't know how to say his name. Forgive me.
yeah, he was a
But
rookie. Like this was his first
well,
start.
after I heard this, I got to thinking. Last year, the Detroit Lions, especially on the defensive side of the ball, you remember how hurt they were?
Mm-hmm.
And I believe they probably didn't make the Super Bowl. If they'd have had all of their players intact, which hopefully this year they do again, outside of this poor fellow here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just makes you kind of wonder what if. But yeah, if it's just another defensive back, for the Detroit Lions got injured again. So thoughts and wishes are out for him, and to hope for a full and speedy recovery. But kudos to these two teams for, I believe they advanced the ball or something to allow the clock to run, but they just decided to, since it's preseason, there's no sense in continuing. So good on them on that regard. A little bit lighter news, a little bit. Yeah, it would be. A little more lighter news when it comes to preseason, though. Apparently, the Philadelphia Eagles used the tush push to help them score a touchdown and even secure a win on preseason against the Cincinnati Bengals, who supposedly were one of the teams who, tried to get the tush push
Yeah,
completely taken out of the game. So a little bit of take that from the Eagles. I'm sure our friend Ty was laughing his ass off.
Yeah. Fuck Ty. I want to say this right now, Ty. If you watch this, you kiss my ass. Don't ever text me some bullshit like that again.
Yeah, he was giving us trouble for the Colts fans. That's the thing, man. Everybody, and here's the thing: I was telling a couple guys at work again, Nate or Brandon. I'm not trying to tear you down or build you up or anything like that. I know, but does it or does it not kind of feel like everybody's treating, Anthony Richardson and the Colts like, oh, they ain't not going to do nothing this year. Richardson sucks. Daniel Jones sucks. And then it would almost be like poetic if like this would be the year Richardson figures it out. He stays healthy, is outstanding. Now, again, I'm not saying it's happening. I got to see it to believe it like everybody else. But it would be like kind of like that Cinderella story of
sure
it's never going to happen
100%.
to. But yeah, I know, big dreams, right? But we'll see.
I'm not trying to shit on the kid. Like, I'm really not. I can see we've seen it last year. There's moments and times in the game where it looks like he figured it out. Like, he's got it. We watched him run for touchdowns. We watched him run for 2 touchdowns in one game. We watched him throw the ball. We watched him he
then
has
he takes
these
a shot.
moments.
Yeah.
But yeah. And gets up and you know what I mean? Like he's had these moments. But then there's those and then the other moments where you tap out of a fucking game.
Mm-hmm. I even broached this. I even broached this to Nate and one of our other friends, Chris, at work. I said, if again, big if, the biggest if ever, if Anthony Richardson somehow was to become that player we all hope and dream he could be and wins the Colts 3 Super Bowls, will you let this go? And they're like, well, I'll never. They're like, I'll never. You're the same answer. See, I'm the different one. Now, I'm not saying I forget it happened, but it's not going to be as big of an issue.
No, it's not like it's going to be a big,
also
like one of those things. But at the same time, you're still that person. You still did that.
People can't grow, though.
You could go. You can, and I'm not saying you can't. But what I'm saying is, there's still that part of you that is there. Because there was no reason for you to do what you did. You did it because it was too tough. You quit. You get what I'm saying?
It was after a long run, and we see a lot of running backs and receivers do that.
Yeah, but that's
we
their
don't
job.
Ever see quarter. I'm not defending it. He shouldn't have done it. But I'm just saying, if it wasn't a quarterback, no one would have cared. You know what I mean?
You are the leader of that team as a quarterback.
I agree.
Good, better, and
I agree.
That's your job. You can't be the one to tap out.
Yeah.
Tom Brady didn't tap out.
But listen,
Peyton Manning didn't.
Tom Brady didn't run 40 yards either. But anyway,
also Tom Brady didn't have to.
Go ahead, Miranda. Sorry.
For the last 4 years, you've had people tapping out for the dumbest reasons because it's easier than dealing with it.
A lot of these guys would not make it in the 80s.
No
way.
So, if he's able to look at his self and grow from it, then yeah. But you've got to be able to prove yourself.
Yeah.
Yep.
No,
And
you're
that's
not
what
wrong.
it is. But that's and every negative thing he does from this point on, it's looked at even worse because of that. If he would have just never, if that would have never happened, all this other shit is growing pains. You get what I'm saying? Like if that tap out moment would have never happened, all this other shit is growing pains, a learning experience. He grows from that. But that is like, bro, you tapped out. You're the leader on that fucking field. You're the example for all those guys. And then for you to tap out is kind of shit.
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with anything you're saying or anything anybody at work's been saying or anything. I mean, they all see it your way. I'm just saying, for me, if it's 3 Super Bowls, I ain't gonna worry about that much anymore. But again, that's
nobody will. It'll be overlooked.
Right.
What I'm saying is, it's still a part of it, though.
But what if next year? It's hard again, and he taps out again? Like, what if the cards just fall right, and then?
Oh, he does it again. They'll cut him at that point.
Well, like this whole thing with Shedeur, like he seems to be set up for failure in Cleveland, right? Everything is the owner of the fucking Browns came out and said that he wasn't his pick, but yet he has outshined all of the quarterbacks that they have, even the one that they picked at number 3.
Well, third round, yeah. They didn't take him third overall. Yeah, okay.
No. The third round is what I meant. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Because they valued him more than they valued Sanders. And yet he went out there and played that game. Did you see that fucking ball he threw under duress? Like,
well, the one I saw.
I will uppercut you. Get away from me. Get my face.
Dog. I didn't see that one, but the one I saw was he was scrambling a little bit to his left, and he threw a dime between like 2 or 3 defenders. That was good. Backups or not, he threaded that needle. So, but and I've said this since the draft, and I even mentioned it on this podcast. The Cleveland Browns. Yes, this guy has some character issues and stuff, but where they took him in the draft, what was it, like 6th round, 5th or 6th? I don't remember. It was late. But they drafted top talent in their first, second, and I don't know about their third round because you said they took the quarterback. I mean, he may be all right. But they took 2 top picks in that first 2 rounds when they could have had Shedeur in round 1 where everybody was projecting him, and everybody passed on him. If Shedeur Sanders is half as good as everybody thinks he is at times, the Browns got a steal, and everybody in the NFL looked like idiots.
But yet they're not using him. He has taken the least amount of reps in practice. He's not even playing with the first team. He's playing with second team. Yeah. And yet he went out there and outshined the other 3 quarterbacks. Granted, the other 2 of them are hurt. Flacco's hurt, and I guess Kenny Pickett's hurt.
Which is why Shedeur got the start too. And it's preseason, so they're going to play your backups. But yeah.
And
But he did what he was supposed to do. He went in there when called upon.
It kept his head held high. He didn't showboat. He didn't do none of that shit. This whole time, he's been saying, "Yeah, the speeding ticket thing that happened, but what do you want? These are young college kids who you've given a lot of fucking money to. Hell, there's some pro players who got some real questionable shit that's going on outside of football right now. But it is what it is, right? So he did his fucking job. Clearly, he did his job for Cleveland. And if they don't, and the disrespect that he is getting from the fucking owner and head coach, who didn't want to acknowledge any of the shit that Shedeur did. He kept saying it was the team shit. Shedeur made those fucking things.
Yeah, well, I mean, I get what the coach is. He's giving the politically correct answer. I don't know if I'd have to see how he said it. I don't know if it was shade. It might have been shade.
Okay,
but the coach isn't also going to say, "Well, yeah, one player did it." You know, he's going to credit the whole team. That's
he was specifically asked about what he thought about Shedeur and how he handled himself, and my man did not answer the question. He turned it into a team thing.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
maybe. If that's the case, it's not going to end well if they keep acting like that. If that's the case,
but it'll be
worth watching.
But he's handled it in a mature way. He hasn't downplayed any of the coaches. He hasn't talked bad about the owner. Even when the owner came out and said that like Shedeur wasn't his pick, that was strictly the GM's pick or whatever. And
which is why it took so long to make it, I guess. Yeah.
And
that explains that. I'll tell you, if he ends up being what maybe again, it's one game, it's preseason. But if he ends up being a superstar one day, whoever made the right call needs to keep their job. The one who didn't needs to be fired.
For
Simple as that.
So and I will say this too, even though this score is crazy, Bryce Young looked actually pretty good in that game. Like I ain't gonna hold you, Bryce. Young,
I saw his touchdown pass. He looked pretty good.
Listen, if Bryce can get it together, hey, I mean, they look good.
Again, as much as we were overreacting to the bad in the Indianapolis Colts game,
they can get it together.
It's also not good to overreact to the good in preseason as well. So
no,
we'll just have to wait and see how this goes. So yeah, let's just calm down.
But I'm just saying this, like as far as the Colts go.
Move on. We're not talking about the Colts no more.
I want figure it out. I just want them to figure it out, man. That's
who we are going to talk about tonight. I don't know if our buddy Nate's watching or not, big Cowboys fan. But apparently tonight during their preseason game, apparently there was a big play on the Cowboys side, and CeeDee Lamb was on the sideline. Watch what happens to poor CeeDee Lamb as he gets trucked by a referee.
What?
Watch. He's sitting on the
Oh God.
So yeah, he accidentally jumped on the sideline in front of the official, and that's all she wrote for DCD there. Boom. So hopefully CD's okay. I'm sure he's fine, but yeah, he didn't expect that hit from the official.
No.
I don't think the official expected it either. He was too busy watching the play.
He wasn't even looking at CD.
But that's why you don't stand on the sideline, because those officials got to run too, guys.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was just kind of a funny moment.
Was hauling ass too, boy.
Yeah, this guy wrote the most Dallas Cowboys thing he's ever seen. So I don't know if I go that far, but the poor Cowboys, they don't get much respect either these days. But yeah. And last but not least, we got the official unveiling. I was just gonna say the official unveiling of Tom Brady's statue at Gillette Stadium. Peyton Manning has a statue at Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis as well. Tom Brady, though, I would think that if we were going to give statues to any quarterback, as much as I don't care for his time has been in the New England Patriots, he does have 6 rings. He probably deserves it more than any other quarterback, So take what you will about it. Some people don't like statues for players.
Say what you want to say, but beat him. Like, I mean, I get it. Like, I hated the man too, but you see the statue,
I gotta give the man credit though. He's got a sense of humor. He was even in his speech there for the statue. He's like, even if some people may not like the statue or whatnot, especially Jets fans, when they have to leave in the third quarter because they're getting beat so much, they'll have something to throw at least. So at least my man's got a sense of humor. So. And when he went to the Indianapolis 500, we were there this year. I guess he said something along the line. He was getting booed, but he was saying something along the lines of, it's nice to be leading again in Indianapolis, because he was in the pace car. So I was like, bro, stop with throwing the shade, brother. But got to give the man credit. He's got a sense of humor. So
yeah,
good on him. I guess.
Good on him. Yeah. Like,
I'm just glad he's not playing no more. Now we got to deal with Pat Mahomes winning every year. But
he's earned his statue. I'll give him that. Like, it is what it is.
Exactly. So that'll do it for football. But before we move on to Miranda's story here real quick, Mike did say, hey, is Matt the other half of Team Hershey Squirts ever coming back, or did we finally get rid of the little troll? He said he was maybe going to come on tonight, but it would be later, kind of like he did a couple weeks ago. And as I suspected, he probably isn't going to be on tonight. We do plan on having him back. I want him to come back on the show, but he's been busy and stuff too. So he's also been down a little bit. His mother was in the hospital recently. I don't want to get too much into it. But if you want to know more, I can tell you privately. But yeah, I think she's doing better though. So I think that, as far as I know, unless something changed. But so he's been a little busy. So we'll hope to have him back here soon. We're going to keep trying to get the little guy around. We love having him around. He's a good dude, and even though we give him a hard time. But yeah. Did you sound like you just wanted to say something a while ago, Miranda? Did you have something to say about football? Or
yeah, there was one more injury kind of in the sports world. I sent it to you on X. It was NASCAR.
Oh, I saw this. The guy who fell out of the car.
Yeah.
Is that who you're talking about? Yeah, I don't know who that was. You sent it him.
Well, there's an update. Okay. It's a broken collarbone, but
I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe it fully. Let me see if I can pull it up in the. Is it on X? Yeah. Okay.
Brandon, watch this. Yeah, I sent it to you on X.
Shush! Did you hear? Shut up! Did you hear that? I don't know what that was. I was clicking on there that you sent, but anyway, did you hear any of that? that I just played? Okay, that was a good thing too.
The one I sent to Messenger is the one you gotta play after. This.
Oh, okay, I got you. That was one I started to play. That's why I was like, well, you're gonna hear it here in a minute anyway. But no, this is let me see if I can pull this up here then real quick. Live podcast, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so yeah, this is NASCAR driver, I guess, Connor Zilich. I believe that's how you say his name. He fell on his neck getting out of his NASCAR after, I believe, winning.
Let's go down to Mobile One Victory Lane, Dylan.
I don't want to play too much because it's probably copyrighted, but no, stop. All right, here we go. Yeah, and that is concrete, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, that's not good.
Oh my God.
So hopefully he's okay.
The happiest moment of his life.
He put out a post. He's left the hospital already, but
but yeah, anywho, yeah, that's not good. Well wishes to him too. Broken collarbone. Ooh, not good at all. So yeah,
I've never broken my collarbone, but my sister broke hers. That shit look like it sucks.
Oh, it can't feel good, no doubt. I mean, I don't know how it could. So yeah. So as I pull up this before we move on to news and politics. So if I can, okay. So Mike, if you're planning on leaving, go ahead and get your goodbyes in now before we start the politics segment, because we'll be leaving. Do that here in just a minute. Hoping all goes well with Matt's mom.
Maybe some night he'll stick around for it. Stop telling him when to leave.
Well, he can stay if he wants to, but I just know if he's going to put in his goodbyes, I'd rather they be in before we start the segment. That way we don't have to do that. All right. So Miranda, here's your.
So
what you want to talk about.
I'm gonna little backstory before you start.
Okay.
I told you at the beginning of the show this week's kind of sucked.
Mm-hmm.
So I felt like I was getting sick, didn't know what was going on.
Okay.
I figured it out. Go ahead and play the video. We'll talk about it after. Go ahead.
About menopause.
Mm-hmm. Oh no.
This is my friend Amy. She is in it.
I'm in it.
She's in it. I am like just starting to enter
deck.
it. Yeah. But I'm trying to go backwards, but I'm going forward.
No, there's nothing you can do.
And the last 2 years, while she's been in it, drowning in it, she scared the crap out of me. I'm just going to be honest with all her symptoms. So we're going to talk about this because there are things that Amy has taught me that I didn't know were part of menopause, or as you call it,
cougar puberty.
Cougar puberty.
You get hair where you don't want it, and you lose hair where you do want it. I'm not just talking about up here at the tippity top. I'm talking downtown.
You're losing hair downtown?
You lose
Why is
hair
that a
downtown.
bad thing? Like, people pay a ton of money to get bikini waxes.
Yeah, but do you want a smooth runway right down the middle and then hair on both sides? I don't know. It's very odd.
Our director here, he's like, do I want to know this? Yes, you do. You have a wife and 2 daughters.
No, this is good.
Yeah,
I'm taking notes.
We're
Let's go
watching
there.
this.
This next one makes me nervous because you said that you get like brain fog.
Yeah.
But having been a mother for 20 years, I feel like I've been living in a brain fog, #motherhood. So am I done being foggy?
Worse. No, it gets worse.
So the fogginess can be even foggier than the fogginess I feel now.
Correct.
And how long does this last? Like a week, 2 weeks?
According to medical studies, anytime, specifically between 5 to 25 years.
I don't like medical studies.
No. And another thing, vertigo and dizziness. Who knew that was a thing with cougar puberty?
So like, what does that mean?
So I just woke up when my alarm went off and I turned my head and then the whole room started spinning.
And you weren't drunk?
No, I was not drunk.
So things are spinning even when you're completely sober.
Right.
Okay, another one, heart palpitations.
Yeah, it felt like my heart was doing a flip-flop and it was beating all kinds of weird beats. And so I thought I needed quadruple bypass surgery when really all I needed was a doctor to tell me that it was part of menopause. So this next one, we're getting real. It's vaginal atrophy.
Is that like where your vagina gets a trophy?
Yay! Yeah, you get a trophy for your vagina that dies. Well, I mean, dries. Or also itches and, sometimes burns and UTIs and yeast infections and other things to do with peeing and things. It's a lot.
I don't want the trophy. Now, you told me that it's not just the vagina that dries up.
No.
Like there are non-hoo-ha areas.
Right. I mean, it's not just Lady Town that dries up once estrogen leaves the city limits. It's everything dries up. Your skin gets dry. Your nails are brittle. Your nose gets dry. Your ear crystals dry up. Maybe that has to do with vertigo. And then you can also suffer from postnasal drip.
Does this not sound like a party I want to go to, Amy?
It's mandatory attendance. Sorry about that.
All right, this next symptom I feel like is the most common symptom we hear about, and I think you're having right now. Hot flashes.
This is true, but what they don't tell you is that the hot flashes can be really intense and can cause nausea. And so you're overheated and you think you're going to die and you're dripping with sweat. And I didn't know if I'm going to poop my pants or if I'm going to puke or pass out. And so it's just like a gastrointestinal amusement park ride.
Speaking of sweating, you told me that there's a lot of wet underwear and not wet for the fun reason.
It's just sweaty and unfun.
Will, how are you doing?
Okay, here's another one. Rage. I am angry all the time.
She's literally just pissed off. But also depressed. Like depression is a big thing, right?
Depression is huge. Hormonal depression, you got to keep an eye on it because I thought I was going crazy and I wasn't. It was just cougar puberty.
There were many times where she cried in my car, at my house, and also acted really pissed off. I didn't know why. Oh, and speaking of rage, can we just talk about the fact that there is more medical research done making sure that older men can still get it up than there is research about this stuff?
I mean, what she's trying to say is, because we both have foggy brain, is there's 5 times more research into erectile dysfunction, which affects only 19% of men, than hormonal issues that affects 90% of women.
So now that we have brightened up your day, whether you are in it or just entering the cougar puberty party as I am, we are sending you so much love.
So much love.
And listen, I do think it helps to talk about it openly.
Yeah.
Nothing to be embarrassed
No,
about.
no shame.
No shame. But Amy, seriously, after all this fun talk, is there one positive thing you can leave us with?
Yeah, I feel empowered for the first time. I feel I love myself and I give 0 F's on what anybody thinks.
There you go. Will, you still with us?
I've learned lots today. Thank you.
It's a lot of vagina. More ice? More?
Wow. That's
So that we can say I'm full blown, I think, in the stages.
of cougar puberty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. This is for all these motherfuckers who want to be women.
Yeah. What? Like, does that sound fun to you?
I'm good.
No, I'm
sounds
Gucci, fam.
terrible.
I
No.
think, listen. Over the last few years, I've been trying to be an at-home mother a little bit more.
You did what?
Not
You can cut it.
not working full time, being with kids more. Okay. But I think at this point, I did not vote for women to work and want all these fucking rights. I think when you start this period in your life, you should automatically fucking get retirement. Be done with it.
There you go.
Yo, that all sounds
It's very
fucking
hard for me to deal with people. Did you hear the rage part?
Yeah.
I mean,
This sounds miserable.
guys have some of that. I mean, rage part, don't give an F stage, midlife crises, things, but not
Yeah.
physically. Thank God. I'm not comparing the two whatsoever. Y'all,
No.
I hope
you call
not.
Joel the short stick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
because
shit
I
sounds
still have
miserable.
my fucking period too. Like,
Yeah,
This is what this is
it
what
doesn't
this
just
is,
go away.
this is what happens when you eat of the forbidden fruit off the tree way back when. Just saying.
Sounds terrible. I don't
I
want
mean-
no part of it.
I feel for you. I really do. That sucks. But
Yeah, they were listing all that shit off. I was like, yeah, that's miserable.
I think I might be a little
But-
traumatized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That cameraman
But
dead for what?
it's not something like we get to choose to have.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Like,
Yeah, it sucks.
That's terrible.
Brandon, you have to make her feel better.
How?
Gotta-
She doesn't want to be when she's hot, sweaty, cranky. What am I supposed to do?
You get her a fan, get her a popsicle. I don't know.
well, I will say,
Here, baby, here's a popsicle.
Yeah.
She'll
a
just
few
take a
months
throat at you.
ago, we told you guys about the beef organ pills, right?
Mhm.
So those will help balance hormones.
Mm.
But I've been lazy and I haven't been taking them.
Mm.
So I just started back on them. So in a month, we're going to see if I'm still bitchy
Gotcha.
or if the pills work. And if they work, I'll tell you what they are.
Mhm.
Well, I appreciate you. You haven't done anything to me yet, so you're good. But anywho, I guess,
But
I guess,
yeah,
Mike.
think about it.
That's why I
You
like to
start
be
dating,
home.
yeah, you start dating her, and you get a girl around, you get
Yeah.
a woman around that age. You're gonna have to deal with this, brother.
I think I'm good. You know.
Yeah, I'm only 41.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard enough stories where women just up and leave. I'm not saying all women do because they don't, but to find that right one, I'm starting to wonder if that's ever going to happen. So I'm not too worried. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But but anywho, Mike is, I guess, getting ready to leave. But he said, "I'll let you have my 3 youngest to see if you want to stay up even this late talking about staying through the politics section." But come on, man, we can always start at 7 if that helps you, or something like that. I don't know, but anyway, he said, "In all seriousness, no, I needed the show tonight. Been having some rough days with all these passings of people from his childhood. Set that my own personal battles. Hope to catch you again soon, if not next week. Then whenever you grace my screen again. Good night. God bless." And Eric, remember the restraining order from Kaylee Cuoco is still 500 feet. Good to know. Yeah, no doubt about it. I'll keep that in mind. But you said she was too busy hiding. I have not yet received one of those yet, but if she does, I'm sure 500 feet will be the distance. So we'll see what happens. So for that context of that, go back and watch last week's show. No doubt about that. So yeah, but Kaylee Cuoco. Fine. All right, you guys ready to move on into politics? Let's end this night on a high note with some fun stuff in the world of news. And got a new intro here, so check this out. See what you think about it.
Make America great again.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Thoughts? You like it?
Hey,
Yeah.
I like that.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
I kind of like the Matrix motif anyway. We definitely talk about things that we believe you got to have taken the red pill for here on this channel. So if you've not done so, we highly suggest you choose to do that tonight. We're going to offer you the truth, and you can do with that with what you will. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it has officially been 200 days since Donald Trump became president, and we've had 200 days of winning for the most part. Maybe a few things not exactly gone the way maybe we'd hope or like, but for the most part, I think I'm pretty satisfied. And I don't think anybody here is regretting their vote whatsoever. But these last few weeks, though, have been amazing for Donald Trump and the world in general, in my personal opinion. To start off this week, though, I thought we'd kind of talk about a little bit about how South Park once again took aim at Donald Trump this week. J.D. Vance, Kristi Noem, and Charlie Kirk, those people on the right wing side of things. And while I don't mind comedy, if it's done evenly and fairly across both sides, South Park has not always done that in regards to Joe Biden. Now, South Park usually does make fun of all sides, up, down, left, right, and center, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was surprisingly missing from those, comedic jabs, and now we know why. Apparently, the reason being, if you want to know why South Park never took swings at Joe Biden the same way they've been doing to Donald Trump, it's because the show's lawyers also just so happened to be the guy who funded Hunter Biden's legal defenses. So there you go. The same lawyer for South Park creators are the lawyers for Hunter Biden. So right there is where you get the bias from the South Park creators. Now, as much as I love South Park, I've watched it since their debut way back in like 1997. But a lot of times lately, which I've not been a super big fan of politically on either side, I just preferred South Park more when it was the kids being young and naive and not knowing about things in the real world and the the adult life and stuff like that. And now they just kind of, it's become all about, which I don't mind the culture aspect of it either, but they've gone far too political on it lately. And on both sides, it just gets kind of tiring. Some people want to, not have to see that when they watch their comedy shows. So I kind of wish they'd maybe not do it, but I'm not gonna lie to you, they nailed Charlie Kirk, and even Charlie Kirk did a great job this week of laughing and thought they nailed him perfectly with his water bottles and his haircut and stuff. He was laughing his ass off at it, and for the most part, I was too at that regard. Now they had Christy Nome
made it her profile picture, didn't she?
Oh, well, I know Charlie Kirk did. I don't know about Christy Nome, but Christy Nome, they even had her shooting Crypto the Super Dog because the whole stuff about her and the dog and stuff like that. But there's other, deeper side of that too. But JD Vance obviously is like Trump's little lackey, as we showed you in the little picture there. And of course, they're depicting Trump as this evil dictator and all this sort of stuff. But much like they did Saddam Hussein way back in the day. But yeah, but there you go. That's why they don't make fun of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, because Matt Parker and Matt Stone and Trey Parker, I got that backwards, they have their same lawyer as Hunter Biden. So yeah, thoughts on that at all?
No, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, just kind of goes to show you why some of these things happen. So yeah, there's that. I think, I guess he'll jump back in when he wants to. But
he's probably dealing with the dog.
Oh, that's fine. So while South Park and the left is busy making fun of Donald Trump and complaining that Trump spent time in Scotland golfing, they failed to mention that he was busy making deals at the exact same time as Trump, during his time in Europe, broke a huge $1.35 trillion European Union trade deal, along with a deal with South Korea and a $600 billion Apple deal as well. So he's been working the trade lines here with all these different companies and countries and things like that. So yeah, they want to make fun of him potentially like moving his ball on the golf course or something, but at the same time, he's actually getting stuff done. So stuff for the American people, and is bringing in money for this country. So he's been doing a good job.
A lot of business deals get done on a golf course, like legit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he for sure seems to be on the phones a lot, no matter where he's at all times. He seems to be on his phone, and he's got so many deals going, so much so that the tariffs are actually soaring, with $29 billion coming into the country just in July alone. And so far, they've raked in over $100 billion, with more to come. So the tariffs are actually going pretty well so far. Not like a lot of these people on the left claimed they would go, including many like Bill Maher and Chris Cuomo, which we're going to talk about in just a second. But apparently the U.S. it's even going so well with the tariffs that the Senate is even proposing a bill to potentially send $600 in tariff rebate checks to the American people. And I think this would be separate from anything, maybe like a Doge refund we would get. This would be something different. I even saw one report that stated this $600 tariff rebate check could even potentially be annually, where you get one a year. Assuming that the tariff revenue continues to roll in. But we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Would you be down for $600? There's a lot of people who feel like that's not going to do anything, so just pay down our debt with it. But it's something. I mean, I would.
It's something, and I think it's going to end up being more than that, honestly.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it'll be more than that. But
yeah,
those same people bitching about it, you mean to tell me you ain't going to take the $600 if it shows
up?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me your $600.
I do find it hilarious that the Treasury has opened up that you could pay part of the debt if you feel inclined.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
So. Like PayPal and something else, Vimeo, maybe.
Yeah, but I guarantee you, not many people has paid money into it though. I mean, I'd be interested to see how much it is. I don't know if we'll ever find out. It could just be the Trump administration's way of saying, okay, put your money where your mouth is, but they won't. Yeah. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah. But like I said, there's been many people who've been wrong apparently about the tariffs. And at least now some of them are willing to admit it, including Bill Maher. Here's what he had to say about being wrong about the tariff situation.
I remember along with probably most people, was saying at the beginning, by the 4th of July, somebody had a thing how the economy was going to be tanked by then. And I was kind of like, well, that seems right to me, but that didn't happen. Now, it could happen tomorrow. I'm just saying that's reality. So let's work first from the reality of that, not from I just hate Donald Trump. Because that's boring and doesn't get us anywhere and leads you to dishonesty. Because the truth is, I don't know what his strategy is. But look, the stock market is at record highs. I know not everybody lives by the stock market, but I also drive around. I don't see a country in a depression at all. I see people out there just living their lives. And I would have thought, and I got to own it, that that these tariffs were going to fucking sink this economy by this time, and they didn't. So, you know, how do we deal with that fact?
So good on him for at least admitting the fact that he was wrong. Not many people on the left will do that. So I'll give you credit there. However, in a few minutes, we're going to, go ahead.
He admitted that he was wrong, but not really. Like, he
Not
still
completely.
held on to the fact that, like, he doesn't believe it. He still thinks that it's bullshit, and if he could shit on it, he would. You get what I'm saying? Like, his whole tone was him having to eat crow, but not really. Like, he's got to save face some fucking.
It could still tank tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like, bro.
Yeah, I agree. You're not wrong.
He's not going to admit that it benefited it. Just like he said, he went out driving around and he expected to see fucking mayhem and no. With jiu-jitsu, you saw people.
It did that happen the first time, Bill? No, it didn't. So why'd you expect it this time? You know what I mean?
Because he's still towing a line. And you're right. Good on him for admitting he was wrong somewhat.
Partially. It was like when he went to the White House. He's like, at least on this night, I didn't see a crazy lunatic, but then he goes on to continue to crap on him and, he could destroy things. He's being a little disingenuous, to be fair. So you're probably right. I'd give him a little more credit than he should be. But we're going to go back on him again here in just a little bit. So hang in there. Another person admitting they've been wrong basically about everything is former CNN anchor Chris Cuomo. So here you go.
Traffic. I'm remembering right now. Wow, I'm wrong a lot.
Yep.
We don't like to say it. We don't like to admit it. We really don't like to correct it. But that is how you grow and you get to a better place. And it is such a precious commodity right now. I've been wrong. I've been wrong about political issues. I've been wrong about people. I've been wrong about myself. I've been wrong about my responsibilities. I've been wrong about my opinions, my tastes, my choices. I've been wrong. And that's okay. Hopefully you learn. Hopefully when you're wrong, you get to a better place. If you do the work, unless you stubbornly hold on. And that's where so much of us are stuck.
Yep.
It's
Democrats,
not just
especially
being wrong. It's refusing to learn what's right. I've been wrong. Have you been wrong? If you say no, you're wrong.
Well, the stuff he's talking about, we've actually not been wrong on. Only Democrats on the left have been wrong on, and former CNN anchor saying that is one thing. And not only is Chris Cuomo saying it, so are his current viewers over on Fox, or not Fox. It's News Nation. I don't believe that's not Fox, is it? News Nation? I don't believe it is. But anyway, here he is, and talking to his viewers, admitting they were also wrong about Donald Trump.
I'm not too proud to say that I am wrong about Trump. I'm a proud Democrat.
How so?
And he's done a lot of things. Immigration. I'm happy about what's happening with immigration. I thought the stock market would tank, and I'm pretty happy with my 401k. There's a few things that I just thought things would go wrong, and I'm very happy.
Well, that is big of you to say. It'll probably lose you some friends in this polarized environment that we're in right now. But there's nothing wrong with being happy with results, no matter who gives them to you. Right. So I appreciate your candor. Next.
And you know what? A lot of calls saying the exact same thing. And the sad part is that she feels that she can't say it.
Well, that's the thing. He said you may lose a lot of friends for it. But here, think about this. If she loses friends for saying she was wrong about Donald Trump, which friends is she losing? It ain't the Republicans. It's her Democrat friends she'd be losing.
It's those zombies I was talking about earlier.
Exactly. The ones who are still plugged into the Matrix, which is why the whole motif here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is why I picked it. But anyway, so yeah, his Democrat viewers are even saying now that they were wrong about Donald Trump. So there you go. Also, while making deals as well, Donald Trump has also been busy brokering the end of a 35-year conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Add another peace deal to Donald Trump's resume. This is Trump's 7th conflict or war that he's ended since January, including the Azerbaijan versus Armenia, Cambodia, and Thailand. Israel and Iran, Rwanda and Dominican Republic of Congo, I believe, India and Pakistan, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Serbia and Kosovo, not to mention the Abraham Accords he signed back during his first term. So again, while the Democrats, the mainstream media, and anti-Trumpers said that Donald Trump would start World War III, all he has done is end conflicts around the globe. If he ends the war between Israel and Gaza and Ukraine and Russia, give him all the Nobel Peace Prizes. You gave one to Barack Obama for after merely weeks of being inaugurated as president for doing nothing. But no respect Donald Trump gets for all the wars and conflicts he's ending. But it's not much of a surprise for those of us who's followed him for a long time. He is a peacekeeper or a peacemaker as a president. So this whole talk about he's going to start World War III with, Rocket Man over there in North Korea, it's all bull crap, guys. So yeah, stop listening to the news. Unplug, take that red pill, like we said. So much so, in fact, here is the president of Azerbaijan. I guess they went to the gift shop after their meeting at the White House, and here's this is funny.
They love this for your wife.
Oh, yeah.
Scarf. Good
Great.
stuff.
Thank you.
Can you put the key in here, whoever's taking it? That's important to not to lose that.
Yeah.
Do you have your key?
No.
Okay, good. I had this one for you, but I like that box better.
Yeah.
I had that one for you. You're not allowed to run them. So, because I'm 28 points higher than anybody.
Yeah.
Everybody wants me to run, but
Including us.
It's funny. So this guy's agreed to make 4 more years. They go 4 more years.
She already said it drives them crazy. That's the whole point Trump is saying it, first of all. And not only that, did you hear what the president of Azerbaijan said? When Trump said they want me to run again, including him. He wants them to run again as well. So the world loves Donald Trump, despite what the media tells you about how, Trump is not respected on the world stage. Yeah, he is. Absolutely, he is. Far more than Joe Biden. Now, the Trump 2028 thing. Now, will this happen, Trump 2028? In all likelihood, no. Could it be a reality? Maybe. But in all likelihood, no. Trump himself said this week that he probably, quote unquote, won't run again in 2028. However, I'm going to say this now. We put the Trump 2028 mug into the intro of this podcast as a bit of a joke because Donald Trump, much like you saw him do in this video, has been trolling the left because they freak out at the mere mention of Trump 2028. But I'm going to say this now. If it's proven beyond what we here on the channel obviously already know, that they obstructed, sabotaged, and undermined Trump's first term to prevent it from happening and prevented him from governing the way he was supposed to, then yeah, I'm down for a Trump third term because they effectively took away his first term. Because the first 2 years with this Russia collusion obstruction and then with COVID in the final year, the stuff that is coming out right now is just what they did in 2020 or 2016. We haven't even gotten to what they did in 2020 yet, which Trump and Republicans are now beginning to address. More on that in a bit.
Yeah, 2020 ain't over yet.
No. And I want to break a little bit of that before we get out of this show about how they're starting to finally show what happened in 2016 and 2020, what they tried to keep him out of office with and what they tried to get rid of him and obstruct him while he was in office. So yeah, if all of that is proven, which we already know is true here on the channel, we followed it enough. We know the story. We know the facts. We know the truth, but it has to be proven in court and all this sort of stuff. So if all that happens, yeah, 2028, he could legitimately be given another chance. They'd have to figure out a way to make that, where it's legal and constitutional and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, if it's proven that it was taken away from him, this could still happen. It's early days still. So I'm just saying, if it happens, don't be surprised. You disagree with that? Or
a Trump 2028 flag.
There you go.
That happened. The whole, when we told you that whole narrative is going to fly for sure. Like they're not going to not let that, they're not going to not run on that whole. Well, we told you he's a real dictator. But that's
He won't leave office. No, there would be legit reason for him to do so. Again, the likelihood of this happening is low. But if all this comes to light, which it's already starting to do, which I'm going to run through here just a little
And
bit, some of
he's
what's
such
happened
a
this week.
troll.
Mhm.
He's such a troll that he will let the Supreme Court decide whether or not he can run.
Mm-hmm.
And if it happens, he may run. I mean, he'd probably be 82 to
Well,
run.
no,
if
I
it
don't
happened.
even think he'd
Spend
have to
time with his
run.
family.
Mm.
Yeah.
If they
You're right.
proved that they stole the election, I think he would
may
just
just get it.
get 4 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how that would fly with the American people without
And
an election,
honestly,
but we'll see.
if we didn't have to fucking vote for a president in 4 years, and he didn't have to campaign,
Mhm.
you know, because we can't campaign against these assholes again.
Mm-mm. Well, by the time this podcast is over, you might think we may not even have to. So we'll have to wait and see. Hold on just a second. But apparently, what's happened in the last few weeks, I'm going to get into it here. Starting off with Attorney General Pam Bondi has directed an unknown federal prosecutor to bring Tulsi Gabbard's Russiagate evidence to a grand jury in order to take a look at criminal evidence in regards to the Russia collusion conspiracy involving Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, James Comey, John Brennan, and more. A grand jury will be convened likely in Florida. Now, I don't want to hear about it being convened in Florida from all you Democrats now, because all I heard during the New York court cases with Trump's indictments were they were a fairly selected jury of his peers in New York. So now turnabout is fair play for these assholes. So I'm sorry if it ends up happening in Florida with a Florida judge and jury. Sorry about you, because all I heard with Donald Trump was, no, it's okay. They could do it in Florida. We were saying here it was all, skewed and all this stuff with a rigged jury and with a rigged court judge in Florida, Letitia James, all this crap. Sorry, let it happen in Florida. That's all I can say about it. You guys started this, much like everything else we're going to talk about tonight. Democrats made their own bed.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Big time.
Martin was named as the prosecutor.
I think that was for Adam Schiff and Letitia James, not for the Russiagate stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this one's anonymous. Yeah, the Russia, which we'll get into Letitia James and Adam Schiff in just a second. But yeah, this is the Russiagate collusion and all this stuff. Supposedly, we even apparently was declassified documents this week were released that tied Hillary Clinton to the Russia collusion hoax, as well as the Durham annex info were found in, I think, burn bags at the FBI, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, they were at one point planning on getting rid of this evidence, and they found it, and now it's going to be used against Hillary Clinton. So despite what Bill Maher says on one of his previous shows, Bill Maher seems to act like, well, this whole stuff that Tulsi Gabbard brought up really makes no sense because the Russiagate stuff actually did happen, according to him. There was evidence for it. No, we got evidence now that it was all made up, Bill. So here he is, being stupid.
I see Nate Silver, really smart guy, says this is their Russiagate. This is a new Russiagate. Yeah. I would like to take exception to this analogy because this has really obsessed me while I was off this month, because Tulsi Gabbard is going after the Democrats. She says Obama is a traitor, basically, who tried to pull off a coup. That's rich. She said President Obama and his national security cabinet members manufactured and politicized intelligence to lay the groundwork for what was essentially a years-long coup. It's the I know you are one of my defense. But, it has astonished me for quite a while that a lot of people, not just on the right, people sort of in the middle, have been saying for a very long time now that Russiagate was a nothing burger. I think it makes them feel like I was the smart one who said that all along. Russiagate was not a nothing burger. It was a burger. Maybe it wasn't a juicy steak, but it was a burger.
No, it was not a burger, Bill. It was a made-up story that you bought hook, line, and sinker as a Democrat freaking Matrix plugged-in guy. Simple as that. Always one step forward and 2 steps back for Bill Maher. They have evidence, Bill, so much so that a grand jury has now been convened for it. We'll see how he looks once it all comes to light. I'm predicting Bill Maher's not going to look too well, and you all know how I like my nothing burgers well done. So there you go. It's going to be a big nothing burger by the time all is said and done, Bill. But keep talking. That's all I can say about that. Like I said, Bill just he thinks he knows everything, but when you actually look into the cases and stuff, you start to realize they fall apart quickly, especially like the 34 felony counts against Donald Trump. This is another one. Oh, well, Trump colluded with Russia to rig the election and steal it. No, it was made up by Obama and Clinton. We have all the evidence for it, and that is why it is now coming to light now, because now that Trump's got control of the DOJ, it can actually hopefully get something done. So yeah, any thoughts on that? As everybody's muted. Sorry, I just need a little time to transition.
So,
yeah.
Burning Bright the other night,
Mhm.
it's kind of like we all read the spoilers. We all know what's going to happen in season 2.
Mhm.
So I'm bored with it. I'm honestly bored with it. I'm so tired of waiting for the rest of the fucking world to see what's going on.
Yeah.
Like,
That's why I was so frustrated a couple weeks ago, because it's like, well, I know where it's going. Hopefully, we get there. I was a little concerned maybe we wouldn't get there, but some of the stuff that's come out over the last 2 weeks, which I'm talking about tonight, really refueled my passion for seeing this followed through. And that's kind of why I've told you about how I've kind of started plugging in a little bit more and some of the other aspects of this, like you have been. So, and I think it's finally starting to come a little bit together. Well, again, we got to wait for all this to shake out. But like you said a few weeks ago, it's still early days, and we've only been in office for about 6 months now, a little over that. So hopefully this will continue to get even better. And talking about grand juries have also been convened for Adam Schiff and New York Attorney General Letitia James, both for mortgage fraud, and in Letitia James' case for multiple allegations, including violating the rights of President Trump. And in Adam Schiff's case, he does not have preemptive pardons for mortgage fraud. They both, with these cases, face up to 30 years in prison and millions of dollars in fines for the mortgage fraud alone. So I hope both of these guys go down badly here, because both of them, not just for the mortgage fraud stuff, but both, like Letitia James ran on getting Donald Trump without even knowing the facts of the crimes or anything she was accusing him of. So she ran to do that. Adam Schiff, the January 6th stuff alone should throw him in jail, but he may have immunity from that due to Biden's auto pen. We'll have to wait and see how that shakes out too. But for mortgage fraud, both of these may go down, and it's ironic that Letitia James may go down for that, because that's the same thing she tried to get Donald Trump for. So karma there. So yeah, let's hope they lock all these people up. And again, it's important to reiterate, this is not retribution. This is justice on all counts across the board. They just tried to take Trump out first because they knew if they didn't, he'd come after them. And he should. He's upholding the law. Same goes for the ICE raids and the border, the census and Texas redistricting that we're going to get into in a bit. All of it. Democrats just don't like that they are losing now. End of story. So yeah, you can think retribution all you want, but that's not what's going on here. Pam Bondi's been busy this week. She also announced a $50 million reward for information that could lead to the arrest of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. The Department of Justice is looking to hold him responsible for all the drugs being trafficked into the United States, not to mention all the criminals he shipped over here illegally. So, as harsh as I've been on Pam Bondi as of late, this is all great to see. Keep it up. And make sure, and don't just do all these grand juries, make indictments and let's get going. As Miranda said, she's a little bored with it. I'm at least a little impatient with it. So let's get it going and let's put the hammer down. So any other thoughts on Pam Bondi's job at the moment? She redeeming herself a little bit, maybe
a little, maybe.
Mm-hmm. It's like the Anthony Richardson. We got to see. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We got to see where it goes.
What it is? It's the tone of her voice. She doesn't sound like she believes herself. And I don't know.
If all this is being said and nothing comes of it, I'm going to be royally pissed off, because we've had that carrot dangled in front of us too long.
They are doing a lot of things. Cash said they've arrested 1,600 child predators since, and like I know they're doing stuff behind the scenes.
Yeah, there's definitely stuff happening. It's just the big fish, the ones that we've not got to yet. But yes, child sex traffickers, drug runners, obviously the stuff with the migrants or the illegal migrants, all that sort of stuff, that's happening. So there are good things happening. The news don't talk about it, but you got to find it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I sent you another video. DC's got some shit going down tonight, but Monday he's supposed to federalize it. And
yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about that too, and I'll pull up your thing if we get to that. Yeah, okay, I see it. Yeah, I'll pull that up when we get to that part of the story. But yes, absolutely. So hopefully we'll get some federalizing of DC too, which we'll talk about toward the end of the show. But before we get into that, Donald Trump was also on the roof of the White House this week, interestingly, just randomly. So here's what was going on there.
Come down and talk to us. What are you building?
Are you considering more renovations, sir?
Hi, Peter.
Are
Aye, sir.
Joe,
Yeah, it's just
is he talking about
trying
building
to,
the dome up there?
I guess he was talking about probably the iron or the golden dome he was talking about at
Oh.
that point, but I think he was up there just kind of looking around like the ballroom stuff they're about ready to do some construction on and stuff too.
I gotta ask this question. If you're Secret Service, right, and he says, "Hey, I want to go to the roof," like, what are you?
Yeah.
What?
Like, well, let me get a sniper over there, sir. That sort of thing. I don't know. Yeah, like why? Like, why you want to go up there for?
Like when?
But
now?
yeah,
Like, give me
yeah,
30. I gotta get some shit set up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Before you could just go up there. Like, that's
just going for a weekly stroll, you know, up on the roof. Yeah.
Yeah, when you clocked in that day, that was not part of your itinerary. You know what I'm saying?
No.
And then he's like,
No.
"Hey, we're going to the roof." Pardon me.
We got to check out where this ballroom's going to happen and stuff. So yeah, and I'm sure that's all it was. But as I mentioned, this new ballroom plans on being starting to be constructed in September. And don't get me wrong, this thing looks gorgeous. Wow. I mean that looks like royalty right there. Which, I mean,
or whatever.
Yeah, basically. This is it looks like Mar-a-Lago. You know, beautiful, absolutely gold. You know, diamonds, you name it.
Gorgeous.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going the way it's looked from the front off to the side of the right here. It's going to be this long building here off to the right, just coming off the wing there. So, yeah, it's going to be beautiful. And supposedly it will be completed long before President Trump's term is over. So he'll even get to enjoy it a little bit by the time.
That is awesome, though.
Before his term is up. So, yeah, I mean, just big windows. And, yeah, it's going to be a great ballroom. So, but, of course, as expected, Democrats, in this case, Chuck Schumer, is lying about its funding as he's trying to tell Democrats and the left-wing supporters that Trump, where did he get this money from? Listen to this BS.
Here's even something more confounding. Some breaking news. Just now, the White House announced construction of a $200 million White House ballroom that will begin in September. A $200 million ballroom. Where'd this money come from? Did Congress appropriate it? I don't think so. It's almost like Doge was never about waste at all.
Which is a bunch of BS. Here's Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, explaining where the money is actually coming from.
President Trump and other donors have generously committed to donating the funds necessary to build this approximately $200 million structure.
So it is going to be mostly Donald Trump funding it himself out of pocket. It has nothing to do with Congress, has nothing to do with taxpayers. It's him alone. Much like he's giving up his presidential salary like he did in his first term, this is Donald Trump fronting $200 million of his own money to build a nice ballroom for every president to enjoy moving forward. But the Democrats, Chuck Schumer knew he was lying there. He's been lying about it all week.
You know how
but
you tell when Chuck Schumer's lying?
Mm-hmm. His mouth's open. Yeah. So, I mean, it's just, it's exhausting. The amount of lies these people try. All you got to do is a slightest bit of research. Trump himself was even asked about it. He's like, how many donors is it going to take to build this? He's like, one, mostly me.
Yeah.
So again, it's any little thing to get a gotcha on Donald Trump, and it always fails miserably. Only the sheep who are plugged into the matrix will believe this and eat it up. It's ridiculous. But one of the best names for a bill ever, by the way, to grace the United States Congress is the Preventing Elected Leaders from Owning Securities and Investments Bill, or as it's also known as the Pelosi Act. It just advanced through the Senate committee 8-7, now being called the Honest Act, but it will forever be known as the Pelosi Act to me in my heart. Yeah, Nancy Pelosi is not happy about this because it would essentially, if passed, get rid of insider trading for Congress, as it should have been done years ago. It never should have been allowed to be in the first place. But here she is on CNN with Jake Tapper, who just wrote a book about Biden's decline, by the way, ironically questioning Nancy Pelosi about this Pelosi Act, and she didn't like it.
Yeah, it was. But let me just read what he said. I'm sorry that we had some sort of technical issue. Nancy Pelosi became rich.
Why do you have to read that? We're here to talk about the 60th anniversary of Medicaid. That's what I agreed to come to talk about.
Yeah, but I wanted
what that means in the election.
I wanted to give you a chance just to respond. He accused you of insider trading. What's your response to that?
That's ridiculous. In fact, I very much support the stop the trading of members of Congress. Not that I think anybody's doing anything wrong. If they are prosecuted and they go to jail. But because of the confidence it instills in the American people, don't worry about this.
Yeah, okay, you're all for it, huh? Misa thinks she's already made enough money and doesn't want to look guilty. That's what Misa thinks. So now she's okay with getting rid of it. You don't think that she's made enough money from this already? It should be noted that her net worth is somewhere between 170. I'm sorry. Her net worth is 263 million, somewhere between that and 413 million, but she's got a $174,000 per year salary. Math ain't mathin', if you ask me. So one thing is for certain, she's drastically overpaid.
Yeah, for sure.
No doubt about it. So yeah, I hope she goes to jail for this alone. But she probably won't, unfortunately, but hopefully it can be proven. I mean, all you gotta do is look at her stock trading and you know something's not right.
Yeah. You're 100%. Like,
or she's doing it illegally.
Yeah, there was a couple of cases where she made deals after bills were passed, you know, in favor of certain things. So like, yeah. Whatever.
Shady as F, if you ask me, no doubt about it. A little bit lighter.
I want to talk about that shit though.
No, she did not. And then she said, "Oh, I'm for it." Yeah, okay, sure you are, Nancy.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the political answer, ladies and gentlemen. Former WWE superstar and CCO, Chief Creative Officer Triple H, professional golfer Bryson DeChambeau, and our faceless dragon Aaron, his favorite Kansas City Chief kicker Harrison Butker, and others have been tasked to head up the Presidential Council on Physical Fitness. Wide. So it was good to see him kind of, get some props here at the White House, joining the president and JD Vance there as well for this huge announcement. Triple H even took the opportunity to do his iconic entrance pose on the White House grounds for his social media accounts, complete with spitting the water and all. So make America fit again, Hunter Hearst Helmsley. So this was cool to see. I just had a little bit of fun with it. A lot of people, WWE fans, a lot of WWE fans like, oh, WWE went MAGA. They've always been friends with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't like that, you're following the wrong company.
I hate the fact that, like, never mind. I'm not. Like, it is what it is. Like,
yeah,
it's a good thing he's doing, but you're going to shit on it because of that shit. I fucking hate that. That's dumb.
I'm going to drop Miranda out here. I think Miranda's frozen. So hopefully she'll. Yeah, well, she's moving a little bit. Maybe. Oh, there she is. Hey, she may be here. Okay. Are you here? she just wasn't moving.
What's going on?
Okay,
kind of.
We're gonna get you a new computer. You're set. So don't worry. We're gonna figure this out. But anyway, when you can, just chime in when you can.
No.
But anyway, Elizabeth Warren, who this week endorsed a communist to be the I believe it's mayor he's running for. Of New York, one Zohran Mamdani. She even went so far as stating that Mamdani's platform is the Democrat Party agenda. So she flat out told you that our beliefs are communist beliefs. Miss Pocahontas, though, took a bit of a tumble this week. Here she is in the House of Representatives.
Senators voting
or
in the
Senator.
affirmative.
Senate.
Baldwin, Blunt Rochester.
Oops. Crap.
Heinrich.
Play that again.
Senators voting in the affirmative. Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Durbin, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane.
As I said in our private chat after this video happened, my favorite part is how the woman on roll call just kept going like it happens every single day. Listen.
Heinrich, Hirono.
She just kept going. Did not even miss a beat. So, of course, this guy.
It's like when you have nieces and nephews, right? And when they're little and like they fall, but it's like it's a common occurrence. Like it's not nothing you're not used to seeing, right? But it's just you're just like again, and you just keep.
I just like how she didn't even stop. She's just like, there goes crazy Pocahontas again, down for the count. But she just kept on rolling. Here's her with Mom Donnie. I missed the picture a while ago, but yeah, this is the guy that's a communist running in New York. So, and she's siding with him. So there you go. Tells you everything about her politics you need to know. But her falling down obviously got the meme treatment this week online, and they were hilarious. Here's a couple of my favorites, obviously. So yeah, that was absolutely outstanding. And of course, it got the golf treatment from Donald Trump.
Rochester, Durban.
So yes, absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, I love it.
Sound
It's, you
effects
gotta
is
have
crazy.
you gotta have fun with this stuff. What can you say? But
The sound
yeah,
effects is crazy.
no doubt about it. Trump also this week fired the highly corrupt Biden appointee and head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Erica McIntarfer. I think that's how you pronounce her name. After the job numbers came out and they were much lower than expected. And while guys, the media says he fired her because he didn't like the jobs number report. But it was more about how inaccurate the numbers have been under her leadership and how wildly off the estimates were compared to the final numbers. In fact, she faked the job numbers before the election to try and boost Kamala Harris's chance of victory, favoring Democrats and hurting Republicans. Here is I believe, I can't remember who this, Stephen Moore with Donald Trump explaining the labor statistics stuff.
Mr. President, so I called the president because I had some very good news from some new data that we've been able to put together that no one has ever seen before. And I'll just very quickly go through these. So I was telling the president that he did the right thing in calling for a new head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, because this shows that over the last 2 years of the Biden administration, the BLS overestimated job creation by 1.5 million jobs. Mr. President, that's a gigantic error. And I don't know if she's, I'm not.
Might not have been an error. That's the bad part. If it was an error, it would be one thing. I don't think it's an error. I think they did it purposely.
Whether that, you may well be right, but even if it wasn't purposefully, it's incompetence.
Right. Yes.
So while under both Biden and Trump, the job numbers were revised down, she was wildly overstating the job numbers under Biden. And when those numbers were revised down, the media didn't cover it whatsoever. But of course, they'll do 10 news segments on Donald Trump's. So Trump wants someone more accurate. Should have fired her back in January, in my personal opinion. But the sooner the world realizes that nothing that Joe Biden said or did was the truth, the better off we'll all be, in my opinion. So, yeah, just another, the media just, again, trying to do anything to slander him. No doubt about it. RFK Jr. is going to stop organ harvesting on people who are still alive that have been declared dead too soon. What? Between the stuff
that's
the fact
thing.
I know, but between the stuff that hospitals did during COVID and the fact that this is actually happening, it's terrifying and makes me never want to go to a hospital. Ever.
Yeah.
You know?
People think I'm crazy for not wanting to go to the doctor.
Yeah. It's all about money. Even if you trust your physician, they answer to other people who are in the drug companies and stuff like that. Just saying.
In all seriousness,
yeah,
the video that we watched earlier, how many of those symptoms do you think a middle-aged woman would go to the hospital for? Anxiety, depression, you know, heart palpitations, get put on something, and then only to find out it was your hormones? And you could probably take something natural that would help.
And then the doctors will say, oh, it's this. Here's a prescription, and send you on your way. Come back for more.
Here's an antidepressant.
Yeah.
You know, this will fix it.
I mean, in the past,
sick.
Yeah. In the past, they've literally
that drug, you know, get you hooked on that drug. So now you got to keep coming back to fulfill that prescription over and over and over. When in reality, you don't fucking need it.
Or it has side effects to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
now you have another issue. Yep. Now you have another issue. And again, when you don't need it, and they know you don't need it, which is fucked up, by the way.
If you go back and look at the history of like blood pressure, what used to be normal and what's normal now or considered normal now, they say, oh, well, we've had further advancements in what we understand now and all this stuff. Or is it the fact that they reduced the number for blood pressure to what was normal to lower that way? If it's just a little high compared to what the normal is now, we can put you on medication. I mean, it used to be normal at a certain level, but they dropped it. Same with cholesterol. You name. I mean, they could go down the list. I mean, yeah, you don't know what to trust them for. They've changed the freaking food pyramid. I don't know how many times, and I believe they're going to introduce a new one soon with RFK in charge of it. So, yeah, again, I hold the Dana White's theory on this now. If it's like a heart attack or a stroke or I got cancer or something, then I'll go to even cancer is kind of like, well, there may be things you could do naturally. I don't know. But if it's not something serious, I ain't going because I don't trust any of them at this point. I'd rather take my chances and die.
That's wild, man.
So yeah. And there's stories out there now apparently of people who are on really sick or whatever, and like they're not dead, but they're still technically alive, being wheeled to go get their organs harvested while they're still alive, and then once they get there, they start ripping the stuff off of them because they're still technically alive.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, what the hell?
I watched a video of a nurse. This was in her early days. Get told to go get a patient for this transplant who was still alive.
Yeah.
Like,
We got a good donor for you. You know why? It's good money.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Right there. We got you.
It makes you wonder how many people during COVID died for this too. How many people were on ventilators and they killed them so they could harvest their organs?
well, speaking of, did you see the shooting the other day in Georgia? Yesterday?
I vaguely heard something about it, I think.
All right. Well, the guy, it has been said that he was a vaccine injured patient that was actually trying to find the CDC, not the university that he ended up at, but he was trying to get to the CDC because he was injured by the COVID vaccine.
Not surprised. Not surprised in the slightest. So yeah, this is terrifying. So, and not only that, apparently the reports are saying it's happening the worst at hospitals that are poorer or in rural areas, not the big city stuff. So again, it's kind of keeping under the radar that way. So watch out for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Keep an eye on your loved ones when they are in the hospital. Make sure you know exactly what's happening with them at all times if you can. No doubt about it. RFK is also, along with his, I believe, a health secretary, Brooke Rollins, also announced that 6 more states have officially removed soda from being able to be purchased using food stamp benefits starting January 1st of 2026. A few states have already got these bans in place, and more seem to be getting on board, including states run by Democrat governors. So we got a little bit of bipartisanship here. Now, even Democrats start to realize, yeah, this is a good idea. So again, I got no problem helping you with food stamps or benefits with my taxpayer dollars if it's being used to help get you to a place where you don't need them anymore, not as a lazy lifestyle. Plus, and you're going to use them
if it's being used to purchase actual food.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're using it to buy junk or soda or Twinkies or Reese's or Doritos, pay for it yourself. I'm not paying for you to also get more problems I got to pay for, like through Medicare or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not gonna feel bad for, like, I'm not gonna feel bad for buying something with money that you can no longer buy with food stamps. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, right. Because those are considered luxury items. So you want junk food, then you pay for that shit. That's
yeah,
not
you get
food.
a job. Yeah, do something. Now, and again, this does not include people who are unable to work. That you're not going to be affected by this. Well, you won't be able to buy soda and all this stuff, but at the same time, you're not going to get your food stamps or anything taken away. People who are getting these things like Medicare or certain things like maybe getting taken away, it's people who shouldn't have it to begin with or should be working because they're able-bodied or they got a work requirement.
The food stamp thing, I mean, the pop thing, the sugary shit, I deliver for Walmart. I see what people buy.
Yeah.
I see what people look like when I get there. Your food is killing you.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. If you can't buy it anymore, you're going to be healthier.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and that's the whole point too. Like, again, nobody's saying you can't buy the stuff. Just don't use our taxpayer dollars to do so. If you want it bad enough, get off your ass and go do whatever you got to do to make that happen. No one's saying you can't have it. Just we're not paying for it no more. Sorry. But yeah, talk about more common sense here with the whole Maha thing and everything like that. But now we transitioned more to schooling. Oklahoma requiring now teachers to take America First test to keep their license. That includes basic knowledge of the Constitution, gender differences, the way your economy works and things like that. Common sense knowledge. Make this nationwide, please. Now, this right now is being used for people like who are coming over from blue states to like Oklahoma, who is a red state. So if you're going to be a teacher who come from a Democrat state, you're not going to be teaching your woke nonsense over here in Oklahoma. That should be happening nationwide. As a matter, I don't care if you're red or blue. You should be passing an America First test before you get a teacher's job, no matter where you are. In my period, yeah. But especially if you're coming from a blue state to try to indoctrinate a red state, we're not flying with that. So good on Oklahoma, where the wind blows sweeping down the plain. Anyway, so yeah.
The couple weeks ago, I guess now, maybe the beginning part of this week, there was another shooting that involved a guy that was a fucking teacher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he had a long history of weird, crazy crap.
Yeah, vet these people, no doubt about it. That's like you vet, migrants when we need to be vetting, no doubt about it. So yeah, I mean, but at least they're trying to, stave off future indoctrination, and I'm glad to see that, and I hope that it's adopted far more places than just Oklahoma, no doubt. However, the biggest story of the week for the sounds of things, all hell broke loose in Texas this week over gerrymandering the state as Texas is looking to redistrict. Indiana, Florida, and other Republican states are also looking to do this, but Democrats got all butthurt and up in their feelings because of this. So much so, Democrats fled to Illinois, Massachusetts, New York, but mostly Illinois, one of the many blue states where Democrats themselves have gerrymandered the most. The hypocrisy of these people, because they weren't happy with the fact that they were going to maybe get gerrymandered out here. None other than Jasmine Crockett threw the biggest fit. There's nothing these Democrats can do to stop this from happening. They can only delay it. And Democrat Texas Representative Ghetto Jasmine Crockett is losing her mind because she would lose her seat if redistricting goes through, because she would not live in the current district she represents anymore. This is hilarious to me because she is one of the most brain dead, airheaded people I've ever heard in my life.
And apparently, according to her staff, she's the laziest bitch. She doesn't do shit.
I wouldn't be surprised by that
other than the
either.
videos you see, the social media clips that you see, she don't do shit.
No, I don't doubt it a bit. And that's all just for clout and, gaslighting and a bunch of crap like that. But it's only supposed to happen every 10 years. Texas is doing it midway through a census period that's only supposed to happen every decade. No, what it's actually stated is it must happen within every decade. Big difference. Besides, you mean like how Democrats do it or did it in 2016 in multiple states that gave them an unfair advantages in 2018 and 2020 elections? Like that? Here is returning to the show, the older millennial who had a little bit of a hiatus from the show because he was going through some things, explaining why Democrats need to just shut up about the criticism about Texas redistricting.
Trying to cheat because they can't win fair.
Here's the thing. Anybody that wants to make a video criticizing the redistricting in Texas but has never made a video about Illinois can shut all the way the fuck up. Because Texas is making minor modifications to their map. Fucking Illinois, on the other hand, holy shit. You understand that in Illinois, Democrats lead the percentage vote by about 52 to 48%? Like, it's pretty fucking even. Because of this batshit crazy drawn map, they have 14 Democrats and 3 Republicans. Look at this shit. What the fuck is going on with 13? Like, are you kidding me? Look at this fucking gerrymandering. Oh, and 17 would be red if it weren't for this little fucking reach down. Then this combination of what the fuck up here, understand all that's just built that way to keep this light blue shit from turning red. Look at this crazy shit. Like, this is all intentional. Guys, Illinois should be about 50-50 red and blue. There should be about an equal number of Republicans as there are Democrats. But this is what gerrymandering looks like. This is what extreme gerrymandering looks like. So until you're willing to fucking criticize this, shut the fuck up about Texas.
100% agree. And as he stated, here is Illinois here. The state that Texas Democrats fled to in order to complain about everything that Texas is doing, despite it already being done in Illinois by Democrats the exact same way. Democrats have done this to gain an advantage in elections forever now. California, Illinois, Massachusetts, New York, and many more. And when both sides have done it, it's been legal per the Supreme Court of the United States. But before now, Republicans just inexplicably took the L and didn't do anything about it. Not anymore, ladies and gentlemen. And now that's why Democrats are mad. Here is Maryland. which it's kind of hard to see there. But what's funny here is Democrats can't gerrymander their states anymore because they already gerrymandered their states to the maximum possible extent. So they can't gain anything of any meaning anymore if they were to re-gerrymander or redistrict California and New York, because they've already, basically got rid of all the Republicans there. So there's nothing they could do. Only Republican states can actually gain and benefit from this, and that terrifies Democrats. Here's another video explaining more about exactly why that is a problem for the left.
This is why Democrats are so scared of gerrymandering, because every blue state is already gerrymandered to the maximum possible extent. None of these states have a Republican congressperson. These states have one Republican congressperson, and these states have 2 to 5, which means the only states that they could gerrymander more to get rid of Republicans would be California and New York. Those are their only options. Whereas Republican states are not as gerrymandered, so they have tons of options and tons of places where they could do so right now. And if every Republican state starts gerrymandering, it adds up very quickly. Like Texas and Florida alone could add 10 plus seats. But when you factor in Ohio, Indiana, Missouri, and other smaller red states, Republicans could gain over 15 seats in the House. And Donald Trump is going to pursue this strategy, which is why J.D. Vance is in Indiana right now, because Indiana could gerrymander to gain 2 plus seats. And if you want to figure out how this is legal, follow me, because I'm going to make another video about it.
And it absolutely is 100% legal, which is why Democrats did it, and nothing really, was done about it. But now Republicans are using the same tactic against them. And on top of all that, if the Supreme Court of the United States rules against gerrymandering based on race, which is something else Democrats have done, Democrats may not win another election for decades. Texas House, has also issued arrest warrants for all these Democrats who fled the state because these Democrats did not stay and uphold their constitutional duty because they didn't like the way this vote was going to go. They basically said, pack the court, abolish the electoral college, demand mail-in ballots and drop boxes, voter IDs racist, lower the voting age to 16, let undocumented migrants vote. Texas said, we're redistricting. And Dem said, this is an unprecedented power grab and a threat to our democracy. Does that make any damn sense to you at all? They abdicated their duties as an elected member of the state's representatives. They belong in jail even after they return for this. They left only because they know there's nothing they could do to stop it. It's tantamount to a toddler's temper tantrum who doesn't get their way when they're playing with other children. That's what this is. So, yeah. Again, rules for thee, not for we, the Democrats. And sorry, that's not the way this current Republican Party is going to play anymore from the sounds of it. What it really is Democrats are mad that Republicans are using their own tactics against them. And if this moves through, this is very important. Remember this. They will lose 5 House seats in Texas, which is why they're really mad. And if states like Indiana and others do it, like the video stated, they'll lose even more. Trump is also demanding a new census where illegals are removed from the electoral apportionment. Here's Stephen Miller explaining that.
Democrats rigged the 2020 census by including illegal aliens. Remember, they sued Donald Trump. They sued the administration. They fought tooth and nail to include illegal aliens in the census. 20 to 30 of House Democrat seats wouldn't exist but for illegal aliens. Texas is taking just a small corrective step against this ocean of fraud, this ocean of abuse by the corrupt Democrat Party, Sean.
All right, let's look at the economy.
So, yeah, I mean, this is just insane, guys. And like I said, Trump has demanded a new census without illegals. Again, if this moves through, the Supreme Court thing moves through, and the redistricting in Texas, Democrats could lose up to 20 to 30 plus seats in the House. If all that happens, Democrats, this is important, will be powerless. Nothing can stop what is coming. Checkmate, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute checkmate. And to be honest,
chess ever.
Yeah, and people are going to be like, well, this is Donald Trump taking over. He's a dictator. No, this is all legal, ladies and gentlemen. And again, everything from the census being added with illegals to gerrymandering based on race, the Supreme Court's going to issue, and redistricting, Democrats have done for years. Trump is just reversing it.
Yeah.
We may, in fact, and I can't stress this enough, may be looking at the death of the Democratic Party, at least for the next 30 years. If all this happens. And Republicans have control of the way most of this goes. So we just needed a president who could rally the Republicans to get tough and find their balls and execute this. Turnabout's fair play. So I bring it on. Is it necessarily ethical? Maybe not. I don't necessarily agree with the redistricting just to get a political advantage. But if Democrats have been doing it for years, I have no qualms about doing it back. None.
If they're redistricting, like all those blue areas are crime and drug-ridden cesspools.
Yeah.
That's the part that I'm tired of trying to get people to see. Like our friend Mike, he doesn't want to get political, but it's more than politics. They're keeping people broke, sick, and poor for a reason.
Yeah, people, Democrats think the Republicans are doing that, but that's a lie. It's garbage.
Philadelphia, you won the Super Bowl.
Yep.
But your streets are filled with people dying of drug overdoses.
Go to San Francisco when the president of China is not there. See how many homeless you see sleeping in trash bags. They keep it that way. And I fully believe
they want to leave the country to go to Canada.
Bloomington is the same way. Bloomington is becoming the same way.
Any Democrat run city
enforce curfew at the Indianapolis or at the state fair because hoodlum teens are causing trouble. Like, where are these kids' parents?
Yeah,
they're probably high on the fucking street somewhere. Like,
I'll be interested to see how Indiana goes. I'll be interested to see how Indiana goes if they redistrict and see how some of these counties who were blue. There's not very many places in Indiana that are blue. I happen to live in one of them. And then the other ones up north, South Bend, and then Indianapolis. That's pretty much it.
And Gary up that way.
And Gary up that way, close to Chicago.
And we know how well Gary's fucking doing.
Yeah, it's the murder capital of the freaking country. So yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, but yeah, I mean, I'm down for this. Yeah, I mean, jeez, but like I'm fully under. Yeah, go ahead.
All those people were talking about, well, would you going to move to Canada? I seen this post where this Canadian himself was talking about, he just a TikTok is what it was, and it was this couple that they were interracial couple that was leaving America after Trump, they moved to Canada. And he goes, oh, welcome. And then he ran off a list of things that is wrong with Canada and why Donald Trump is Canada's fucking answer to coming back to, survivability, essentially. The crime rate, the homelessness, the housing, the jobs. Like, it was bad. And I was like, yeah, you made a great decision.
Hopefully they'll come to their senses at some point, too. And if they do, Donald Trump will work with them.
Yeah.
If they do, But after all this with the census, including illegals, which we knew back in 2020, which is where the 2020 part comes in. 2016 was all about Russia collusion, and then the COVID hit. And then 2020 was about mail-in ballots, drop boxes, and the census allowing illegals to count toward the electoral and all this sort of stuff. I'm fully under the belief, and I believe you can't tell me otherwise. New York, California, Illinois would all vote red if it was done fairly.
Yep.
This country would look like Reagan versus whoever that other candidate was when Reagan won 49 states. If everything was done and redistrict proportionate to what who actually lives there. But it's not, because Democrats have gerrymandered and rigged it into their favor with the census, the race-based gerrymandering, and redistricting outside of what the normal districts would be. Simple as that. Donald Trump said that after the tariffs and stuff a few weeks ago, he was starting to go after election integrity. This is it. And voter ID is coming next on the list. And that better be nationwide. He does all that. Yeah. That's how 2020 was stolen. Oh, but there's no evidence of that. Bullshit, there's not. All right, I'll quit cussing. But anywho, but yeah. So on top of that, be quiet. I ain't not ready for you yet. All right, now, but just for a laugh, here's one example of Democrat faux outrage over this whole Texas redistricting thing, mixed with the funniest lie I've ever heard, because we've proven tonight, beyond a shadow of a doubt, she's lying. Here's New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
This is how they're going to play the game. We're going to fight fire with fire. I didn't want to take on this fight. I've always follow the rules.
Can you hear that? Did you hear that before? Sorry, I'll back it up here.
Yeah. This is how they're going to play the game. We're going to fight fire with fire. I didn't want to take on this fight. I've always followed the rules. Democrats always follow the rules.
Democrats always follow the rules, she says.
You serious?
Serious? Really? Give me a break.
I want to know what's wrong with her face.
It does. It looks like it's stuck.
I actually have a theory that all these like Democrat, like old people in Congress and all these, like they're so evil that they actually may have demons in them, like demonic. They're evil does that to you.
Listen, you're not wrong, because if I was going to say the same thing. It's either that or alcoholism. Like that shit, severe alcohol,
which actually have been known to be called demons.
Yes,
yeah.
But I'm saying that shit takes a toll on your body.
Spirits, yeah.
It takes a toll on your body. Outwardly, like you look sick, and like all these, their facials, it's like skin and bones. Like you can really, it's not good. It's not.
Just look at Nancy Pelosi. I mean, now I get some of its age. I understand that, but I honestly think if you're evil, it's not helping you either. I mean, then again, there are some of the most beautiful people in the world who are actually evil, so you never know. But
very demonized too. Yeah, on that.
Yeah.
But those are young demons. Those are or the most powerful. You know what I mean? They can hide the ugliness with the outward beauty. It's just some of them
makeup.
It's too much. Yeah, and you can see through it.
Massive. Yeah, I agree. The Department of Homeland Security getting off the redistricting thing, but yeah, that's a joke. It's a joke that Democrats are. It's a joke that Democrats are mad about it. But we're moving on. Department of Homeland Security confirmed that the next alligator Alcatraz will be in the state of Indiana, our home state, at the Miami Correctional Facility, which I drive by every month to go see my dad, and will be branded as quote Speedway Slammer, which I believe actually may already have that moniker, but they're redubbing it that. The Department of Homeland Security says it will expand ICE detention capacity by 1,000 beds and will house some of the worst criminal aliens, and it will be in partnership with Indiana Governor Mike Braun. Mike Braun just earned my vote when he's up for re-election, as long as he don't screw anything up. So far, good job, brother. So yeah, and it's a big facility too, by the way. Like I said, I drive by it every month. And it could definitely hold a few criminals in there, no doubt about it. So,
if we don't get a car, if there's not a car at the end that's sponsored by ICE,
I saw that this driver that
yeah, there was a little hubbub about it because it had the number 5 or something on the car or whatever it was, wasn't it?
and he's a Mexican driver.
that's hilarious.
But he
got a little upset, huh?
From Texas, like he is an American Mexican from Texas.
Okay. Well, yeah. But here's the thing: he should still not be mad about it though, because if he's illegal Mexican,
no,
he wasn't mad about it. It's other people that were mad about it.
Who were mad? Okay, I got you. I was gonna say he shouldn't have a problem with it then. Neither should anybody else then, because he was
like
legal.
The whole Aunt Jemima thing.
Yeah, see, people just want to get mad.
People were mad on his behalf.
They just want to say it's racist.
Supporting it.
That's all they want. They just want to say it's racist.
It's always a white person that thinks it's fucking racist.
It's like, well, we can't have a white woman who looks beautiful in a pair of jeans anymore either, apparently. Because she's blonde and white and blue-eyed. I'm sure they actually thought about her hair color and blue eyes when they did it. I mean, give me a break.
And you take what she says in a fucking commercial for jeans out of context
about other jeans.
Like it's all
you want to be mad about something is what that was. It was terrible. I didn't even want to
People
justify
are
it with
bored, okay?
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Well,
you bored. You live in too much fucking free time.
You live in the best country in the world. Find something better to do with your time. I mean, it's live your life.
Thing. You Matt, or not Matt, I'm sorry. Matt would have said something like that. That's why I would
How
have said
dare
this.
you?
Eric,
dare
you said it perfectly though. You live in the greatest tell me one other place legitimately that you were gonna have this much fucking freedom and to bitch about other people's problems that you're upset for them for. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where else in the fucking world can you do that?
Not only that, you gripe about a government. A lot of other in other countries, you're going to be thrown in a gulag or murdered or whatever for your opinion.
In the UK, your house can arrest you for shit you post online.
Yeah, which
Canada
would have
ain't
been
no fucking better.
Which, by the way, it would have been happening here had Kamala won the election because they wanted to jail you for your opinion online too.
Yep.
They were already putting stuff like that, like blocking people and censoring people and removing them from because they didn't like what you posted. Doesn't necessarily mean you did anything wrong or it was a different opinion. It wasn't the fact that it was evil or racist, or it was the fact that they didn't like it. Simple as that. So yeah. By the way, for all you people who are going on and on about the Epstein files, we talked about Russiagate a little bit, so let's talk a little bit about this real quick before we end the show. Ghislaine Maxwell reportedly told the Department of Justice she, quote, never witnessed Donald Trump engage in any concerning behavior in her presence, per ABC News. A liberal news outlet, mind you, reported this. For all you Democrats who think Donald Trump was involved with Epstein outside of using his plane from Florida to New York a few times, sorry to break it to you, by her own testimony in a Department of Justice investigation, it appears that is not the case, and it doesn't appear that way at all. So keep fishing.
I bet you was really upset about that shit.
She might have been. I don't know. She may not have anything against Trump.
No, I'm sorry. What I'm saying is,
ABC.
Yeah,
ABC. Yeah, but good on them for at least reporting the news. Not putting a bias behind it in that case. So good on ABC there. But speaking of the Epstein files, the House Oversight Committee has subpoenas have been issued to several politicians requiring them to testify before Congress, including Bill and Hillary Clinton, who have also been subpoenaed for the Russiagate conspiracy against Trump as well. The Epstein files subpoenas that were issued were William Barr or Bill Barr in August, Alberto Gonzalez, Jeff Sessions also in August, Robert Mueller, Loretta Lynch, Eric Holder in September, Merrick Garland. Now we get to the big ones. Merrick Garland, James Comey, Hillary Clinton, and Bill Clinton will be subpoenaed in October. So yeah, we're going to get.
I'm afraid to report Robert Mueller probably won't have much to say. He's in a memory care facility.
He's going to get off that way.
And he has been for like the last year.
Well, I'll take some over none. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So, and we'll see if
how
Bill
you said that some people look evil and you can see it and
see it in both of these.
That bitch is evil.
Yeah. That's crazy work.
I see why Bill did what he did with Monica. That's all I'm going to say about that. But I'm not condoning it. But at the same time, it's like, can you imagine being married to Hillary Clinton? Oh my God.
Nope. Couldn't
do it. And he's probably afraid to divorce her because she'll probably kill him.
For sure.
He's her meal ticket, basically. Maybe not so much anymore, but was for a long time. So yeah, but they've both been subpoenaed for this and the Russia collusion stuff. So we'll see how that turns out. And Bill Clinton, I don't believe can plead the fifth as a president because he would have immunity. And same with Obama. So we'll see how that goes. But some of this stuff may not have happened during the presidency, things like that. So I don't know. Could be interesting. But yeah, I hope both these evil people go down. As Miranda mentioned earlier, Trump is set to federalize D.C. after Doge's Edward Kornstein, also known as Big Balls, was beaten by about a dozen assailants after he attempted to save a woman from a carjacking. Here is Elon Musk posts about it. He and Trump are actually in agreement on here. Musk talked about a few days ago a gang of young men tried to assault a woman in her car, but his former Doge team member saw what was happening, ran to defend her, and was severely beaten to the point of a concussion. He did save her, though, and as Donald Trump mentioned in his post there, it is time to federalize X. Or federalize DC, not X. But he said crime in Washington, D.C. is totally out of control. Youth as young as 14, 15, and 16 years old attacked, mugged, maimed, and shooting incidents, innocent citizens. The most recent victim was beaten mercilessly by this is Big Balls here on the right, who is a Doge member that used to work with Elon, and I believe still currently works for Doge under Trump. So yeah, this is just sad to see. So crime needs to stop all the way around. We're not playing anymore, and I think Donald Trump's done with it, especially in DC. So hopefully they do something. And it sounds like I believe Miranda sent a video with some stuff was going down this weekend. Is that what it was? If I'm not mistaken.
Tonight.
Or tonight in DC. Yeah.
Just a little bit ago.
See if I can pull that up right quick. I just had it here. Pull it up here, see what it looks like. A lot of screaming. I don't know what's going on, but
there were shots being fired about a mile or a block away from the Capitol.
Jeez.
Read.
So we can skip around there and police tape out, and yep, there's some guns on the ground right there. Look like long mags too.
Very quick response here by transit, metro, and some federal assets.
Yep. So yeah, again.
So we're down here in Navy Yard, Washington, D.C. We're photographing and filming a large group that was in this park behind me. You can see some of the leftover trash. Close to 100 people were gathered here, and we heard shots fired. I believe it was more than one. It's hard to hear in the moment. We followed police. They arrested a suspect at this place, and they recovered a firearm as well. We have seen an unbelievable amount of assets being thrown at this. You have Metro, Transit, Capitol Police, and multiple federal officials. I've seen FBI, I've seen HSI, I've seen other kinds of park police in the area. They are throwing a massive amount for this specific incident here. It's very obvious that the city has taken a slightly different posture going forwards.
Well, good, because Donald Trump ain't effing around no more with these idiots. So again, all you people who are on the left and Democrats who want and the media want to say, well, we got all sorts of like military and we got the FBI, we got the National Guard and all this stuff out on our streets. It's like a war zone out there. It's because you people are batshit crazy, and someone has finally decided to stand up with law and order and stop you morons. It's got nothing to do with dictatorships or authoritarianism or anything like that. It's because we need some law and order and justice to finally start taking place again in order to save this freaking nation.
I saw something or heard something the other night on SitRep that most likely our northern and southern border will have military bases all along it. And that
at this point
that will be our security.
Yeah.
Yes. Like our military will be home doing things that they should be here.
Good. I for one feel better when I see cops and stuff out and about, I mean, I know there's some bad ones, but the majority of cops are good, people, I think, who are trying to serve this nation. Same with the military and all this sort of stuff too. The amount of bad ones are very minuscule, all things considered. So and we're at a point where you got to do something. You can't just let these people do whatever the hell they want. Seriously. Yeah. So I'm glad, let's
can't go out to enjoy a night out on the town and then shit like this happens on some random shit.
It goes as far as the men thinking they can become women. That's a mental thing.
Yeah.
And the crime, it's a mental thing. Like these people probably could use some help.
Yeah. Make mental asylums great again.
And if you're making schools, like the schools in Chicago, what are their grades? What kind of kids are they putting through there?
Like, most people don't even know how to read when they graduate anymore. It's insane. Why do you think the Department of Education is going bye-bye?
Yeah.
Like I said, bring back the whole after school shit. Give these kids something to do, something to work towards.
Well, they got some things like sports and stuff, but yeah, there could be other things that they got rid of.
Yeah, but that's only for a select few. Not everybody's going to play sports.
But it went to a woke indoctrination shit.
Yeah. Away from that.
They need
go back to.
Yeah, instead of just saying like Chris Rock once put it, what nobody can't be crazy no more. It's like, by the way, just because some things you're saying, oh, you're just, gender dysphoria or whatever like that. No, you got a mental problem. Okay. I'm sorry. I know that sounds bigoted or whatever to say. No, that's the way it is.
It is.
It's
It
a hard
usually
truth,
starts
but
as the kid has some kind of issues going on. The school gets involved, tells them, they could maybe benefit from feeling, sick.
the people we used. Yeah, the people we used to put in mental asylums, we now just let roam the streets, and we try to tell them, you're perfect just the way you are. No, some of these people are psychotic, and they need to be treated as such. Yes,
we used to put them in jail, but now we just let them go to go off to do the same shit that they got arrested for the first fucking time.
My favorite argument I've been hearing.
Worse.
My favorite argument I've been hearing, and I heard Dr. Phil correct Bill Maher on his show the other night with this as well, which I thought was good because Bill Maher was also being stupid about it. Bill Maher, like many in the media, are saying, but these ICE agents, why are they covering their faces? If they're not doing anything wrong, they shouldn't be covering their faces. The reason why they're covering their faces, morons, is because there are people out there who are trying to attack them, dox them, and kill their families because they don't agree with them upholding the law. They're doing it to protect them and their families, you freaking idiots. It's got nothing to do with the fact they're trying to hold that, like they're trying to kidnap people and send them to concentration camps, which are not existent, by the way. We don't have any concentration camps. I swear I hate. I'm all right. I'm gonna stop right there before I get out of crazy. But yeah, it's insane to me. I can't take it. It's a good thing the show's wrapping up. We got one last story here, and this is kind of a funny one. Last but not least, Howard Stern is at least gone on Sirius XM. Fun fact, last year, Howard Stern told 77 million Americans who voted for Donald Trump to stop listening to his radio show. Well, yesterday, or a couple days ago at this point, Sirius XM announced they're canceling Howard Stern due to ratings plummeting, as predicted by many, including us here on the channel. Stephen Colbert was the first, but he will not be the last. F around and find out has never felt so good, ladies and gentlemen. More of this, please. Jimmy Kimmel next. That's what I'm looking for. But
this coming from one of the biggest fucking hypocrites in radio and or television. Howard Stern was a sick motherfucker. He had porn stars that got off on his show. He exploited that what was his name? Beetlejuice for fucking years.
Yeah. And you know what's funny about it is Democrats ate that up with a spoon. And now they want to say this is all offensive and stuff and shit like that. No, they loved it when Howard Stern did it. And they still would if he still did it. But they want to get on like Republicans and things for saying this or that or, whatever it might be. Hypocrites, dude. Complete hypocrites. Snowflakes now. Selective snowflake. Most likely. But yeah, so anyway. Thoughts on that and the rest of the show as we wrap up tonight's episode, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah.
Fuck 'em. But I will say this.
I like that. It's simple, short to the point.
Yeah, I agree with Trump on one thing. Like, I wish they would do. I don't know if it was like this for you. I'm sure it was. We had trade schools and trade jobs you could learn in high school, and somehow that shit went away. And Trump has said like he wants to bring that shit back. And I think, do you want to help the youth of this fucking country? That's the way to do it. Give them something to work for. Give them something to do with their hands other than holding a fucking gun.
Yeah. Yeah. And it starts at home with the parents. It really does. I mean, unfortunately, a lot of
nowadays too. Yeah, that's another issue. But nowadays too, these kids don't respect their parents. So why the fuck they're gonna respect anybody out in public? You know what I'm saying? Like, this generation of parenting is fucking weird to me.
That's why you got to get them young. I remember. I mean, a lot of dads back in the day used to, in the crib, I brought you in this world, I could take you out. That's what they started up front,
Me and Miranda had this conversation, was it last weekend or a couple days ago, whatever the case may be. I said something about this. I said, this generation of kids is fucking crazy to me. Like, we grew up in a time frame where, like, we were raised by fucking animals. So what did you expect us to turn out to be like? You know what I mean? But at the same token, that's how we raise our kids. Like, because I know it was a different time, but we still face the same issues that are going on in the world now then. But it wasn't like a matter of babying this shit. You know what I'm
People
saying?
dealt with it far better.
Yeah. It wasn't this, and I think the internet is what ruined it. We still went out. Yeah, we had the internet, but it wasn't like. But like, man, it's. I don't know what it is. Like, I can't put my finger on somewhere
it gave
along
everybody
the line.
a chance
Some
or
people
a
lost
way
the
to
fucking
bitch
plot.
about everything.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody gets their ass beat
Yeah.
anymore for saying stupid shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because they say it on the internet and they hide behind a keyboard. You know, like you told me the story earlier about Wally and getting, beating the shit out of that boy for pouring paint on his car. Like
it's like you ever seen that video where the two dogs are face to face with the fence in between them. They're barking the hell out of each other. You remove the fence, they shut the hell up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And see, back then, I have a hard time suppressing my feelings. So if I don't like you, I can't fake it. I can't really fake it though.
That makes you real though, too.
That's why I had to quit Cook. I'm going to be honest with you. That's why I had to quit, because I couldn't get along with that and act like nothing happened just to get my job done. I can't do it.
Yeah, that's why I usually just don't say anything. But I know it's not easy to do.
But it eats me. It boils, and I can't, because I'm going to say something to you. So I will remove myself from the situation because I'm going to hurt your feelings.
Yeah.
And, and that's what I got to do.
That's one of those things. If I'm asked, I'll say it, but I'll try to put it in a way to where it won't hurt or offend. But at the same time, I'll be honest with you. I'll be a straight shooter with you, but I'll just try to be, respectful about it. But and I'm not saying you wouldn't have been, but yeah,
Well,
it's just
no,
it's not easy. It's not easy.
Wouldn't have been because my feelings are really deep on certain things, and like surface level, it looks petty, but just like with this transgender thing, it's mental. If you don't get help, your life's fucked. I can't change that until you see it. You're not going to change it. So if you're going to be a narcissist, I can't change that until you decide that, hey, maybe they're right.
Unfortunately, people can't be shown a lot of things. They have to find out for themselves. And all we can do, like we try to do every week here on the channel, especially when it comes to the politics section, like we said, like what shows in our intro now, we're only offering you the truth, nothing more. What you do with it is up to you. So we're just going to show you the facts, and we'll do our due diligence to make sure they are indeed facts and not just hearsay and media propaganda. So we try to do that here for you on the channel. But with that being said, I think we're going to end the show tonight. It's been a good show, long show, but as of right now, I don't think there'll be a show next week. I'm going out of town unless something happens. But in 2 weeks, I'll let you know. It might be 3 weeks from now, but keep an eye on here on the channel for a live podcast on Saturdays coming up in the few weeks to come. Once we get back to September, it'll be a little bit more after the first week. We'll kind of get more week to week, I think, as long as everybody's available. So that being said, thank you guys so much for watching this week. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. By the way, if you're watching this for the very first time, click that like, click subscribe. Don't forget to comment below. Let us know what you guys thought of the show. Comment what you thought about all the topics as well. Don't forget to follow us on Rumble and follow us on all of our X accounts. You can find it here below or in the description box as well. Until the next time, ladies and gentlemen, a couple weeks or whenever it may be, take care. And as always, God bless. And I always wanted to say that I'll borrow from Graham Allen just for one night. What was it? Stay awake, not woke. Trust in God, not the government. And as always, stay free. I always like that one, so I just thought I'd steal one. So, all right.
I like that.
I can't steal it because it ain't mine, but I wanted to say it one time. Love you, Graham. Follow him as well. Graham Allen's a great follow. All right, guys. Later. Take care. Bye.
Good night.
I wasn't ready for the outro. Hold on. Where's the outro? Where's the outro?
No, there it is. Fucking it up.
No, there it is. Bye. Bye. I hit it. Terrible. Bye.